dad's company, right? Like he like works for like a big, surprisingly like heavy machinery company, right? His work has a bunch of like Dots pretzels like in like their little, I guess, reception area. So he always brings that stuff home. So I gotta like try the new stuff. It's like chocolate covered ones.
Wow.
There's like a honey mustard kind. There's like a cheese kind. Oh my gosh,
Dude,
they're so good.
Have you tried the Dots Cheetos?
I have. I'm not a big fan.
Really? I think they're amazing.
I don't think they're that good. I'm like,
I'm just not a huge fan of Cheetos in general.
Yeah, exactly. It's like.
I've got right here in my desk.
Did you guys know that Cheetos are gluten-free?
Yeah.
I've got the cheddar jalapeno.
Those are the best Cheetos.
They are. The flaming hot are too hot for me.
We have Carolina Reaper ones now.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh,
I like
It
lime
is also
one.
have Mexican street corn ones.
Mexican street corn's the best.
The Cheetos?
Well, the actual street corn.
Oh, okay.
But
I
I have
like
not.
Mango Nada, but whatever.
You named yourself after Cheetos?
What? No, I said I like
Mango?
Mango Nada.
I know.
Oh, okay. Mango Nada is not Cheetos though.
Oh.
Look out!
Mango.
Could it be?
No, it's mangoes and chamoy and tahini, and then it has
Oh.
like the spicy stick.
Mangonada. Ooh.
I have no idea what any of those words are.
That
A
sounds
bunch of
good.
words that go
I think
together.
I know mango, and that's about it.
Oh my
I
god.
have chamoy at my house and tahini, but I have no mangoes.
Mango sorbet,
Mhm.
chopped fresh
Well, there's
mango.
the produce department.
Yeah, but I don't want to pay for mangoes.
Tahini is good with the melons, like watermelon. Like throw it on watermelon and cantaloupe and shit.
Yes. Have you ever put it on bananas?
I have not. But
I need this right now. I
What,
need,
mango nada?
I need mangonada in my life right now.
They have it at Mexican food trucks.
Mm.
I had it for the first time this 4th of July. I was like, I've been wanting to try this my whole life. And Baskin Robbins actually has a drink based on mango nada.
what's chamoyada?
What?
Chamoy?
Chamoy? It's like a sauce.
Ah.
So it's spelled
Oh, see, I thought-
CHAMOY.
I thought that was
It's
a
a
fruit.
very funny sounding word. That's about
It's a
all.
sauce you can put it on your fruits. It's a variety of savory sauces and condiments in Mexican cuisine
Oh,
made
okay.
from pickled fruit.
I think I was thinking something else.
Chamoy
Oh,
may
never mind.
range. Sorry.
No, I knew what I was thinking of now.
Yeah.
Continue.
It says chamoy may range from a liquid to a paste consistency, and typically its flavor is salty, sweet, sour, and spiced with chilies.
Yeah, I'm looking at a recipe. That's interesting. I haven't heard of that one.
I really badly want that right now.
Like, I'm not a mango person, but like I had a mango lassi last year.
Mhm.
I visited my
Mhm.
brother. That was really good.
Yeah, really.
I like how we went from one end to the other.
Sorry, I'm very random.
Can we play D&D?
Hi, Leg.
No more food talk.
Hi, Leg.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you missed our conversation about heroin.
Oh, great.
Marijuana.
The
And
song
marijuana.
by System of a Down, not the drug.
Of course.
The song.
Did you know that
So defensive. The song. I promise, not the drink.
I
The
was?
song.
You want to hear something, Cake? I probably already told you this because I don't have that many stories, but I was at the show where System of a Down first played Chop Suey. They were like, "We have a new song. We're going to play it for the first time," and we were like,
You
"Whoa."
did not tell me that. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
How was it?
"It was awesome, man. Mind blowing."
That must have been really cool.
Who doesn't love Serge? Am I right?
He's a bird.
Yeah.
When you go through all of his songs, it's just like, wow, he just makes sounds like he's a bird. He like screams and does chirps. He's a fucking bird, bro.
I never would have imagined you as a System of a Down fan.
Oh, sure.
You learn something new every day.
Hmm.
Apparently. I wonder what I just forgot though.
I learned lots of stuff about you, Voff, that I just do not picture you as.
Who would like?
I hope you tell me because it's probably news to me too.
No, it's when you say the things that just like, what? I think you told me that you don't have any hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I imagined you at all.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm definitely bald.
I mean, there's a guy at work who I work with that his name is Mitch. It looks like Ellis, and it confuses the hell out of me. But I know it's not Ellis.
Ellis does kind of look like a Mitch. And I don't know why.
Okay, recap.
I think Ellis looks like an Ellis. And he also looks like our dungeon master, who has a recap for us.
Good. Yes, I do have a recap. Leg, would you like to give a recap?
Huh?
Huh?
What'd
What?
You say? I didn't,
What?
I didn't hear you. Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
If somebody could just remind me where we started, I could probably. Did we just start with the battle, or was there something before that?
No, there was no,
We
we did
started on the boat.
Lucian's
Dr.
Yes!
Seuss people.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. As we opened, Lucan was in the process of conducting several black market undercover operations, trying to make some additional coin for the group. Unfortunately, he was accosted in the backyard, the side yard of a prominent arcane university known as the Arcanium Conflux, by 3 inspectors. There was, of course, Constable Barnstable, Lieutenant Tennant, and Inspector Hector, who waylaid Lucan's attempt to collect several potion bottles that had been part of experiments of the students. The constable demanded the name of the buyer, and Lucan was not able to offer it, but was able to offer the address, which was good enough for the constable, the lieutenant, and the inspector, who allowed Lucan to leave. From there, Lucan dropped off what he had, gave the buyer a warning, and slipped into the crowd, where after a while he found Versailles, who had gotten a little bit lost in the busy crowd of theater goers, I guess. Probably a better way to say that. But
I mean, there was something that happened between that and then. But yeah, we'll skip over that part.
What did happen? Help me out, Lucan.
It's not necessary.
I used hold person on the administrator and stole his ring.
Yes, that's
And
right.
ran.
That's right. Attempting to conduct the other undercover black market errand, Lucan tried several different ways to borrow the ring of a prominent Eraserine official without luck. Eventually, how did you get it? You were able to...
I used hold person, took it out of his pocket, then just copied the thing and threw it into the river.
That's right. You took it by force and escaped.
I tried to be nice.
Yes, I know. And then from there, making your way back towards the boat, you ran into Versailles, who had gotten a bit turned around looking for you.
And then we went to the stadium.
Yes, I believe everyone went to the stadium. Were there any... let me think for a second. There was the matter of... were Ren and Safeguard the week before? Or was that last week when you went and got Halamath?
I was last week.
That was last week?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So Safeguard and Ren went to the office of the local magistrate in an attempt to get information regarding the Magric's owner, Aralia. Her husband Halamath was arrested for apparently peddling Dreamflake, a Class B controlled substance within the city center of Eraserine. And they were trying to, as Ren and Safeguard arrived, the local elven cops were attempting to interrogate Halamath using some rather invasive magic. And at this point, the council, who Aralia retained under the suggestion of, I believe it was Ren? Did Ren tell her to get a lawyer?
Siliquin told Ren.
Yes, that's right. And the lawyer, Jamaris McGilliara, arrived and with some shrewd legal maneuvering was able to release Halamath under his own recognizance with a trial date to be pending later. As they were about to leave, the lawyer did say that the magistrate would like to have one quick word with Ren. When we cut back to the amphitheater and the group donned their dwarven garb, their guise, to conduct the mock reenactment of an fight from antiquity, where a group of purportedly dwarven indentured servants threw off their shackles and were able to free themselves from their elven oppressors. And the group was able to, in a way, rewrite history and score a W for the dwarves, to the great delight of the crowd, who welcomed this surprise with thunderous applause. The VIP of the evening, Prince Sovathir, the Sigil Hale, an elected official of Erisarene, invited the victors up to his private royal box to watch the rest of the show, to which a few of the party agreed, a few made an excuse. As Saloon scanned the crowd looking for Ren, she was only able to see Safeguard's mount, who was stabled nearby. Did I forget anything?
I'm gonna go with no.
Excellent. And I believe that is where we'll begin. I believe we have Octavian, Lucan. I see Octavian, Lucan, and Versailles have accepted the prince's invitation. And I see Saloon, B, and Evangeline appear to be leaving the premises, probably going back into the amphitheater, which I don't know if anybody saw the large map of Erisarene. This area as pictured, which map are we on? We're on the big Erisarene map. Let's go back to the other map. So this big area is the pit, they call it, but the amphitheater itself, is flanked by, a large circular building, and then there's a large structure that juts out towards the sea. It's like a big indoor mall, about 3 stories, and there are hotel rooms. There's private residences there. There's several offices, many shops, restaurants, nightclubs. All different sorts of goods and services are available in the larger amphitheater. So those are the more permanent structures. Whereas as you're walking in from the southwest, you would certainly see people who came for the day with the food carts and different peddlers and traders and things. But there are permanent buildings and businesses located in the permanent structure, which juts out to the northeast towards the harbor. Excellent. And let's check in quickly. Let's see. Ren, Octavian, B and Saloon, Lucan, Octavian. Where is Varn? Varn, are you heading up towards the box, or are you sticking with B and Saloon? Or doing your own thing?
Varn's in the box.
He is. Do I see your token?
Probably somewhere. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, he's there. I think.
Okay.
Nope.
Are you on top of someone?
Yes, he's there. Just below the right-hand torch.
Oh yeah,
There
you're
should
over.
be
I
anyway.
wasn't even looking there. Great. Okay, so there's Varn. Perfect. Let's check in with that group in just a moment. I wanted to check in with Cake. B, would you find a spot to watch the rest of the show, or would you go explore on your own?
I'm gonna probably head off into this large festival in search of more delicacies.
Yes. Certainly, as you noticed, if you were to head out towards the south, you'd go through a structure, and then you'd be outside where there's numerous tents, food trucks, different vendors. If you were to walk around the ring up the other way, that's where the large building is, which again is like 3 stories with this large glass dome up above, and there's many different, fancier restaurants and more exclusive establishments.
Interesting. Wasn't there another group of people that were also going to be heading out into the fair as well?
I think just Saloon.
I thought Varn was coming too.
No.
He's in the box. He just said that.
Well, in that case, I'd probably just head straight out, right over to the smaller tents, I presume.
Certainly. Yeah, you would. And do you still have a live lobster on your person, or did you leave it behind?
Yeah, no. The lobster is still with me. Like, in my bag is visibly wet at the bottom and kind of dripping because the lobster is still wet.
Yes.
I don't know if I still have that, I don't know if I still have that jug that I got from Lucan. I might. Well, I'm gonna see. Because if I do, I can just. Oh yeah, yeah. I think I.
Fox,
I
would B still have your alchemist jug?
No, I took that back a while ago.
Oh dang it!
Yeah, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't want B running around just making mayonnaise. I do need my alcohol.
all right, fair enough. Well, the lobster's still in my bag. Lobster and we're hanging out.
Mhm.
Are you gonna name it
But,
Pinchy?
I don't know. A name will come to me.
Citizen
But,
Snips.
Snips. Ah, you got it.
I was gonna say.
But
Olive
yeah,
Garden,
I'll
but
I'll make my way out into the sort of general fair to see what's up, see what's around, kind of explore for a little bit.
Excellent.
Do keep in mind that lobsters are aquatic. They do need to be in water. They can be
Yeah,
out of water
yeah,
for a long
that's-
time, but not that long.
yeah, the gills, kind of
Yeah.
require that.
I remember people like they'd buy like live lobsters and they put them in the fridge for a couple hours.
Well, so
Yeah,
lobsters can live outside of water if they're in a cool, moist environment
Yeah.
for multiple days.
Hey, works
but
out.
that's under a good environment. If they're not in that environment, bad things
I mean-
happen.
Yes.
I mean, this bag has a lot of like old egg salad sandwiches in it,
Mhm.
so I would say it's pretty moist and
some
damp in there.
fungal infections. Got it.
As Jimmy McGill would say, a trichomanosis stew. Too much?
I don't know who that is or what that is. But
So
yes,
good.
that's a good one. That was funny.
It's the elven lawyer. It's the elven lawyer who got Halamath off the charges. Excellent. So let's check in with the group. Octavian, Lucan, Varn, and Versailles. You would be led around this central structure, almost the full way, sort of with an escort who would clear a path, and you'd be led up a staircase, rather nondescript. And you would open up into this box with an amazing view of the now dried pit where you just were fighting for your lives mere minutes ago. There would be two large braziers on either side, and there is what appears to be some sort of a winged figure. It could be an Aasimar, or it could be some other figure from Elven legend in stone above. In the center, there is a large chair upon which sits a rather young-looking high elf with long blonde hair, wearing like a leather jerkin with different gold trim. And he is flanked by two different figures, one of whom appears to be some sort of an attendant, and the other you may or may not recognize as the champion Venkin, who has been looking on the whole time. He's standing to the side very quietly.
What species is Venkin?
He's an elf.
Okay.
Looks to be a very, very tall for a wood elf, and also very strange. He does appear to have some facial hair, which is rare for a wood elf.
Mm-hmm. This guy's the prince, right?
Yes. Do you see his name or no?
No. I
No.
do not.
Oh my goodness, I did it again. Let me fix that.
We see Venkins, but we don't see his.
Yes. Simple fix and good. There we are.
Sobthir?
Sovathir. Yes.
Sovathir.
It's supposed to be two eyes.
Hmm.
Repair that.
Well, I will give a bit of a bow to to him. Obviously, as he sees us coming in, just a little bit of a bow, respectfully.
He stands up, spreads his arms out, and says, "Champions, what a show! Welcome. The crowd apparently adores you."
I would think it was more than simply apparent, but we are honored for the chance to provide such a show.
Aren't you the champion?
You would see the wood elf Venkin sort of look to you, Lucan, and give you sort of a wry smile. And the Prince Overthier would say, "Yes, this is our official champion, Venkin, but you are indeed the warriors of the hour," with a very surprising victory.
Gotcha.
Our expertise does not come cheap.
Yes, Captain Mountain Dark must have paid a fortune for a troop such as you. We had some performers who were supposed to be here, but they were waylaid for some reason. I didn't get the full story, but I'm glad you were able to fill in on such short notice.
I think we got cheaped out. That sort of a victory was worth way more than what we got.
Well, you
Matter to be discussed with our recruiter, not
Yes.
not royalty.
Yes, you would have. Well, I am a mere servant, an elected official. The title of prince is simply a translation of sorts. I do serve a term, typically 5 years, and then we'll go back to my previous business ventures, my previous career, unless reelected, which of course I would like to see.
Alice, why does that sound familiar?
It's a little odd that you get voted as prince, but I don't really understand much of anything when it comes to politics.
Yes,
I'm going with politics.
yes. A lot of the structures of Altair are a bit odd. I won't bore you with a lot of it, but as you know, this amphitheater was named for Bryneth, who was the last queen of a where the title of royalty did come from blood. She was the last queen of Altair.
Is that her pointing to the winged figure?
Looking up, no, but there was a statue of her you might have seen as you entered, and these are some of the champions of long ago. And if you look around the ring, you'll see different statues. And he would say, "This figure, I believe, is merely decorative, something from a story."
Ah, I see. Not the story that will be entertaining us for the rest of the evening, then.
No, but we do have a few surprises. I just got a very curious bit of parchment, and there's been a bit of a reshuffling of the evening's activities. Our champion Venkin was to fight the winner of the tournament earlier, but that has been put on hold pending a few other performances in the meantime.
What other performances?
I think you'll find them quite diverting, and you would notice that there are indeed plenty of chairs. There's a servant who's pouring water and wine and different things, and you would actually see, looking out, you would see a crowd of workers. They begin to set up sort of like a stage, and they're setting up different bits of a banner, and it appears as though they're working, lighting some torches in preparation for what looks like it's going to be something of a halftime show.
What's the show about?
It's a troupe of performers. I believe that they're from. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, I know who this is.
Where are they from? He asks the servant, and he looks up and says, I believe Gion Sigilil. I'm not sure. The schedule has moved around so much. It's very frustrating.
Is it the Blessed Balladeers?
It 100% is. It like there's no shot it's anybody else.
As you're
First Crusaders.
As you're looking out, you would actually see a tall, slender man approaching the stage. He's sporting fantastically colored robes with a long white beard, and above his head, he claps his hands together, which makes a thunderous noise, which actually quiets the crowd. Some of the braziers darken a little bit, and Sophithir says, "Ah, it's beginning. Watch."
What?
Versailles will go ahead and just take a seat.
Yes, Lucian will also take a seat.
I'm picturing Varn climbing up on the wall and sitting on the roof or something.
He's definitely sitting on the railing.
Yes. At this, as the sound of the thunder echoes throughout the amphitheater, the figure begins to speak with a voice louder and more commanding than one may have initially have expected. And he says, "Good evening, citizens of Erisserene. I am Roderick the Magnificent, and we are the Blessed Balladeers." He thrusts his arms towards the sky as fireworks explode, and the clouds seem to move intelligently to spell out the troop's name, Blessed Balladeers, in the sky, backlit by the moonlight. "We are honored and excited to be able to perform for you tonight. We have some fantastic feats and spectacular shows prepared for you. So without further ado, I present you with the strongest woman alive, Shalai Kalaga, the Boulder Breaker." And there's a great cheer from the crowd. As Roderick leaves the stage, you would see a hulking Goliath take his place, clad in tough leather armor. She approaches two large rocks next to each other, which have been set up. She lifts one of the rocks, sets it down on top of the other. She takes a moment to ready herself before letting out a roaring scream, slamming her head straight down onto the rock, crushing it to rubble. The crowd cheers as an elegantly dressed woman with sharp features wearing a dastar comes trotting up to Shalai on a horse. The Goliath strongwoman steadies herself before clutching the horse from below and hoisting it above her head with the elf still riding. After a few more various feats of strength, the crowd gasps. A crazed ogre seems to have gotten loose and is charging right at Shalai. She turns to face it, preparing for the impact. The monster gets closer and closer, and right before they collide, Shalai herself grows in size to match the ogre. The two wrestle and throw each other around the pit until Shalai is finally able to best the ogre and restrain him. The Goliath bows and waves to the crowd, cheers, as Roderick reappears.
This is interesting.
I actually know these people.
Oh,
You do.
Yes.
you were that she's casting spells.
Oh, that's the gimmick.
Oh.
Prince Ovathir he's very happy. He's laughing and he's clapping and he says, "Magnificent, aren't they?"
They're certainly something, I think. I don't know.
We've
You
seen
have any
better.
drink? You got anything to drink?
There are servants who are indeed, they are pouring wine and ale, water, different things, whatever you'd like.
I'm gonna take some wine and leave the bottle.
You would notice, yes, that your goblet would be topped off at any time, and if you'd ask for the bottle, I think that they would exchange a glance and leave it on the side table next to you without any question.
Awesome. I like this place already. Man, I'm
I
glad I
lean
came
over.
here.
Guys, I think we're gonna need an intervention on this one.
Oh, it's too late for that.
I'll just say, looking out to the performance. Just wait until the Dragon Man shows.
The what now? and Lucian looks up and just looks out.
Not like you.
Oh.
Subtler.
Well, don't ruin the fun for us, Octavian.
Oh, believe me, there's not much I can do that will ruin it.
There's a Dragon Man?
Aren't you part of their team before?
I don't remember no
Once.
Dragon Man.
Yeah, no, Varn didn't really interact that much with them.
Gotcha.
No, Varn was too busy wrestling a grease pig.
That's right.
Yeah, he fucking suplexed the pig.
That's great. He just picked it up and walked off with it. Lucian,
Yes.
as you taste the wine,
Am I poisoned?
no, you would notice that it has a very distinct brick red color. It's very fresh and young looking. It's a fine rose-like bouquet. You'd notice some sweetness in the attack, but it's drier on the second nose with a clean cherry-like fruit flavor on the palate. It's just a hint of wood and a touch of bitter almond. Very, very well balanced with a long, dry finish.
This tastes a lot better than just magically created wine. Couldn't
So-
even tell you what flavor that is. It tastes like magic, I guess.
Tastes
um,
like strawberries.
Silverthea would look over and say, something from our local vineyards.
Gotcha.
The areas there's a certain vineyard on Kerlakwa Cape, which has a very distinct bouquet to it. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Might have to go visit there. Could
Yes.
pick up some more wine.
I would be happy to give you a case as my gift.
Oh, I'll take that.
Are you
Man
staying?
has sold me.
Yes. As Roderick is setting up for the next act, Silverthea would say, "So, are you? Is your troupe staying in town long? Do you have other performances?"
No, actually. At least not as far as I'm aware. We had to go somewhere, tomorrow?
Provided certain things are accomplished, were accomplished today by the others. Yes.
I believe in us.
And the repairs to our vessel.
If you'll tell my servant the name, I can have the case delivered, or whatever's easier for you.
I could just take it, but if it's gonna wait until tomorrow, we can just pick it up at the. He'll snap his finger and point at Octavian. What's the? Come on.
The docks?
Yeah, I was gonna say the boat name.
Oh, the Magric.
Yeah.
So
Couldn't remember.
I'm thinking he's Ren, the only one who knows the name of the boat.
I'm pretty sure everyone knows. It's just don't.
Yeah.
This
I
is
was letting our people out.
You can have it shipped to the Magric. You can address it to its crew.
Silverthea would point to the assistant who's already writing it down, and he gives you a smile.
Cool.
And at this, Roderick would reappear and say, thank you, new friends. Please, join me in welcoming our next act, the extraordinary acrobatic and martial talents of Ozzy Leafdrop." And there is a little bit of a cheer from the crowd, as at this point a short halfling wearing only simple clothes takes the stage. The crowd is already on the edge of their seats as he delights them by juggling several flaming swords. In a flourish, he throws them into the air to set up scarecrows, setting them ablaze. A well-dressed man climbs the stage and is tied at the limbs and waist to a giant wheel by Shalai. And the wheel begins to be spun as Ozzy blindfolds himself, and the crowd is hushed, drawing and throwing dagger after dagger, only nearly missing each time. He outlines the man's shape with blades. The man is freed and shows the crowd not a single scratch marks his frame. The crowd
Falls
oohs.
over the side. You missed!
No, I
He's
think
not
that
wrong.
was the. Well, I think that was the point of Arn.
Well, that's terrible then.
Versailles just gonna smile at that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
The halfling appears to have not heard you, but there's actually, Varn, you notice a bit of laughing on your left. A few people did catch that, and they found it quite amusing.
I lean over and look at him like, that's terrible, right? You're supposed to hit the guy.
I don't know. Yeah,
Terrible aim.
I don't know. You see that? He tried really hard to miss.
Looking down again,
That's horrible.
the halfling grabs a sling and bullets, running straight up a pillar and across a tightrope. Never slowing down, he fires the bullets with the sling, and they ricochet off of metal plates 3, 4, 5 times before hitting the target in the bullseye. He finally leaps from the tallest pillar, falling over 50 feet, and twists and spins before sticking the landing perfectly. At this, Shalai returns for Ozzy's final stunt. Yes, listen.
I was gonna say he reminds me of Ran.
Honestly, I think he's more showy than Ren.
He reminds me of Madcap.
Yeah, he
Hey,
does.
that's
Yeah,
Madcap,
he does.
honestly.
Ozzy actually came first.
Ozzy's final stunt as he's going to curl himself up into a ball. And with this, Shalai lifts the halfling with one hand, rears back, and throws Ozzy the entire length of the pit through blazing rings of fire that are ignited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a giant target on the other side. Ozzy pulls a dagger, jams it right into the bullseye, holding himself there, waving with the other hand, holding his whole weight up with his left hand, waving it to the crowd before dropping safely to the ground. As Roderick once more returns to thank the crowd. He says, "Thank you so much, everyone." And everyone's cheering. And he says, "We have one more act for you." And as this is happening, let's check in quickly with Saloon. How is Saloon doing? You would have noticed B making her way into the crowd, checking out the different food trucks and some of the different stalls. While this is happening, what would Saloon be doing? Is my mic working?
It is.
Yeah.
My mic was off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Could I go look for Rin?
Certainly, yes. So you are, would you be going like around the ring of the building, or would you be heading in any particular direction?
Alright. I'm trying to think. Can't see it. The map.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to see the other map? Here you go. I know you were having trouble with the map before, but let me know if you can.
Yeah, I was having trouble with the map earlier. So where are we right now? Here?
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, number 16. That is the pit, and the prince's royal box would be kind of like up, or actually, I think it's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So as I was describing before, Beatrice, I believe, walked out this way, and outside, there's a lot of different people with stalls and food trucks set up. There's a lot to explore there. You can also walk around the inside, and then there's a large indoor mall in this direction.
Actually, before I go look for Rin, can I go see if there's like any vendors with like gifts, like gift sacks and stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We
Is
go
there
to
like
Dave
roll
and Buster's
perception?
after?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
As you are looking around Saloon, you would certainly hear various cheers that are heavily muffled coming from the pit. And when it happens, some of the passersby, they're looking, kind of craning their necks to see through the different entryways where you're able to get different views into the pit. And there certainly are plenty of different vendors. You're looking for anything in particular?
Like, okay, so there was like, say jewelry.
Yes, certainly. There's a couple different. You see a few different stalls set up with people who are look a little bit more shady, a little bit like they've kind of come in and they've set up a table sort of hastily. And there's other more permanent structures. You would actually see one in particular that looks very high end that actually has a concierge standing out front. So there's a wide array that you can choose from.
Are there any with like bracelets, like simple bracelets, like rope or whatever?
Certainly, looking around, one of the shopkeepers would actually notice you kind of looking around, and would it be fair to say that you might scan your eyes over their folding table full of different bits of jewelry?
Yeah.
Excellent. Coming up to you, you would see what looks like a weak-legged human woman with a ruddy complexion and kind of sort of flat hair. She has a dirty blue beret and sort of like a faded country dress. With your passive perception, you'd actually notice sort of a strong smell of alcohol hanging around her, sort of like a fog. And she would say, "Ginchi here down, dear. Are you in the market? I have some lovely bits here, some antiquities from some of the local estate sales. Some very fine pieces here." Oh, she hiccups a bit. She taps her chest.
Okay, so quick question out of character. How many of us are in the party again?
There's 8.
Oh,
There are
Including-
7 player characters?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Nope,
6,
eight.
7,
I
8.
didn't count
Okay, yeah.
myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I actually want to tell you, I have 2 friends from work wanted to know if they could join. I told them great, so that'll be.
And he was just
Bruh.
complaining about too many NPCs.
Just kidding.
Hey, I have another D&D
Dude, these are
campaign that actually is just finishing. There's like 5 people in that. Is it okay if they join this one too?
Yeah, that's great.
God.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's gonna become a
Bloom
Grey
looks
Marsh
at the lady.
campaign.
We should. Yes, a saloon. Yes.
Okay, so Saloon looks at the lady. She's like, "Hi, what can I get here for like a few gold and like 7 bracelets? Oh, 8. I want 8 bracelets.
You want 8?
2, 3, 4. Counts on our fingers.
Oh, excuse me, dear. You want 8 matching bracelets?
I don't know. It's like whatever you got.
She.
Not matching. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting it for my friends. I don't know if you saw in there, but we were the dwarfs and we won.
Oh, you're the talk. You're the talk of the city tonight, I believe. You were certainly surprised. Some of the gathered masses here. There's actually quite a few local bookies who lost quite a bit of money. Might want to have a word with your leader. But that's not my business, dear.
We're a bit of a leader.
That's not my business. We assumed your leader was the one, the giant octopus person.
Octopus?
Powerful magic,
Yeah.
that. We don't
His
see
name is
many.
Octavian.
Yes. We don't see many with those powers. It's a bit rare.
Yeah. Pretty unique. Anyways, you got any bracelets?
We do, in fact. She would show you several different bracelets. Certainly silver, gold, different metals. Some have charms. Some would have jewels inlaid. Anything catch your eye, dear?
Ones with those. And she points to the charms.
Ah, yes. And you would notice that there's actually this is my favorite song in the world, by the way.
It's great for this moment,
I
too.
love it.
Goes so fucking hard.
It's so good. She would say, yes, we do have some different charm bracelets, and she would show you actually a set. There appears to be about a dozen silver bracelets with different charms, different sizes. The charms range from different shapes, different animals, resembling different stones, a great variety.
How many have the stones? Like, is it like just a dozen of bracelets, and this is like the variety of the dozen, or?
Yes. So
Right.
there's so you would be able to choose 8 that are close enough.
Take all of it. I take all dozen. I take the whole dozen. Yeah. It's okay to have extra. I'll give 2 for 1 too.
Might be a little difficult.
We'll
probably
make it
need,
work.
like,
I'm back.
we'll need a necklace for her.
Yeah. So let me take a look here. So she would say, the set. I can do 5 gold for the set.
Aw, but we won tonight. Can I get a discount?
You won. I assume you got paid quite a bit more than that, my dear.
No, I gave that to them. I don't need money.
Well, you do if you
Can I,
want.
can I roll for a deception?
For deception? Sure.
Or persuasion? Whichever.
Whatever you're trying to do, yeah. I mean, are you trying to lie to her, or are you just trying to get a better deal?
I guess I'm trying to get a better deal.
Okay, yeah. Try persuasion.
Persuasion.
I kind of want there to be a haggle skill.
Yeah. Wow.
I think there
I'll
was in
persuade you.
older editions.
Nice roll. She'd say, well, I could probably do a little better. What did you have in mind?
3 gold.
She'd say, very well. And she would say, would you like me to wrap them up?
Yes, please.
Great. She would take a moment. She'd wrap the 8 that you chose. They're,
I
mundane.
chose all 12.
You wanted all 12? Okay.
Already said 3 gold.
She would wrap them up each individually with a bit of what looks like different multicolored tissue paper, fastening them each with what looks like a bit of tape, and then put them all into a brown bag emblazoned on the outside with the letters GY.
Can't read.
She'd say, make sure to tell your friends if they, excuse me, dear, if they have any need for anything, any of my wares, just do remember the name Ginger Yeardown.
What?
Ginger Yeardown, dear. Are you hard of hearing? Perhaps the elves hit you in the head.
Elves hit me? No. Gingy... what? Again?
Ginger Yeardown.
Ginger...
Uh-oh. The
The
drunk's
name-
getting angry.
The name's on the bag, dear. The name is on the bag.
Okay, I'll just throw them the bag. Sorry.
No. You've been.
One more question.
Yes.
Do you know where I can find some recipes? I have a friend of mine. She's really into cooking, and I promised her.
Recipes?
Mhm.
Yes, well, let's think a minute. You could try, there's a bookshop in town near the college, but they're closed this time of night. Now, I believe there are some booksellers set up in the main hall, in the main amphitheater. You should be able to find a bookseller. Beyond that, you could always ask if there's a particular recipe you like from one of the food vendors. You could always ask them. And if you're quite as persuasive as you've been with me, they may very well tell you some of their tricks, but I can't guarantee it.
Alright, thank you so much.
Of course.
By the way, my name's Saloon. It's nice to meet you.
Good.
And she reaches her hand out.
Good. And she would take it gratefully. Good. Oh, excuse me. Good to meet you, dear. Thank you so much.
Hey now. I leave. And I'm gonna go look for Ren now.
Yes. Why don't we roll a perception or investigation? Probably either way. That's more if you're just looking around or if you're actively searching, I guess.
Investigation.
Probably investigation's probably the better role for this, yeah.
You know what? Done looking for Ren every single time.
You do not see Ren, and you actually, as you, with your passive perception, as you left the pit, you actually noticed that you did not notice Safeguard's mount as you exited. You saw it, and then you were talking to the others, and then it didn't disappear as much as you probably assumed that it was moved. But yeah, there's no sign of Ren, but you actually would notice something different happening.
Ooh.
You would actually notice as you're searching around, heading towards the amphitheater, you would notice actually a strange creature standing in the middle of the aisle. People appear to be walking around it, and it's looking at you.
What does it look like?
It looks like sort of like a rabbit. It's about 2 feet tall, but you would notice as you're looking at it, it actually has a horn coming out from its forehead.
I go try to pet it.
Sure.
Jackalope.
Let's try an animal handling check.
Animal handling.
Just see if it'll let you pet it.
+0. Okay.
Wow. As you are approaching it, it would let you pet it.
Okay.
And after a moment, it's going to look right at you, which is a little strange. It's going to hop away about 50 feet, turn, and look at you again. Seems like with your passive insight, you're getting the impression that this creature might want you to follow it.
Look around to see if like B or any of the others are around.
I think B went in a different direction.
Okay.
My understanding, unless anybody wants to correct me, is that B went out the front, sort of to the south here. And I believe you are closer to like this area.
Yeah.
That's my understanding, is that you walked around the ring counterclockwise a little bit.
Make sure you're going and looking out for those white box wagons.
Let me pet it, so I'm gonna follow it.
Excellent.
I think it wants to be friends with me.
As you're
And you're kidnapped.
as you're following that, I may send you a DM. as we check back in with the main group. Before we check in with the main group, let me just think for 2 seconds. Cake, I did get your message.
Yes. Yes, I meant to send that a lot earlier, and then I got super sidetracked doing other stuff today, and that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to ask around outside, I'm sure you would find what you need. You know, the different supplies to test that, and I'm sure you would find some success.
Okay. But if you want to get back to the main group, totally can. I don't know if you have anything set up. So.
Okay.
I don't want to just throw you into the fire, you know.
No, that's okay. We can. Yeah, we will check back in with B shortly. Excellent. So hold on a minute. I'm gonna just hide these guys there. As Roderick has taken the stage again, as the crowd roars for Ozzy the Halfling and his wonderful feats, he would say. Roderick would return again and say, "Thank you so much, everyone. We have one more act for you. A show of magnificent magic. With the one, the only, the myth, the legend. Kanak Kanan."
Octavian will
This is the
clumsily
dragon
clap.
guy.
Octavian will clumsily clap with his gauntleted hands.
I think it's
I'll assume this is the dragon guy then.
Yes.
You'll remember him being a dragon.
that's how I see Octavian clap.
Hey, let me see. Yeah, a little. A little.
If this isn't John Cleese clapping in
with all the burgers.
I'm gonna be disappointed.
It's not.
No.
Give me 1 sec. So slow. All right. So a half elf with long blonde hair, wearing red and orange clothes with gold buttons, kind of takes the stage. There are 2 massive bonfires to either side of him, and he starts telling the story about an Alteri paladin of Bahamut, who heard of a terrible dragon that was terrorizing Vanador, and she had left to go fight it. And with that, one of the bonfires lights up, and it's in the shape of this elvish paladin. And he tells the story of how when she got there, she was expecting a chromatic dragon, but this one was one of gold, and she could see inside of it a corruption taking it over. So as it fought her and attacked her and tried to kill her, she held her ground and managed to cure the dragon of its corruption, but it nearly killed her. The dragon took a human form, and then then the other bonfire goes up. There's rings of fire going around, and I said I'm told Els I'm not going to do the show that I did when we first saw Kanak. But the dragon healed the woman back to health. They fell in love, but she was called back to Bahamut in Altair. But she was pregnant with a son. And with this, Kanak takes off his shirt, and you can see gold scales from the mid-back going up his neck and around over his shoulders. And with one final message, he says, "And the dragon lives on in me." And he kind of like jumps off of the stage, and right underneath him, a large dragon, gold dragon, appears beneath him as he kind of jumps on it, and it flies, and he rides it out of the Coliseum.
Sick. That guy's so fucking cool. I want to be like him.
He's very rock and roll. The prince is on his feet, he's clapping, and he says, "Wonderful! The blessed balladeer is wonderful!" How do Octavian and Versailles and Varn and Lucan react?
Lucan would just kind of like raise his eyes, like, "Was that a true story, or is that just bullshit? Did you take part in that?"
Don't look at me.
I'll look at him.
I say, I have seen the act before. It changes from place to place, but I believe the message is probably true.
Okay.
Makes me wonder how much was illusion magic in that. Like, did we actually see him leave, or was it just implanted in our thoughts that he looked like he left on that dragon when in fact he walked away?
I would probably say that he did actually do that.
Just shrug.
Magic is quite easy to do if you know how to do it.
Whoa, who would have fucking guessed if you knew how to do magic?
Doing
magic would be easy.
Is that a knock on Versailles? You can't do magic.
Exactly. She's giving him a dirty ass look at this point.
Well, learn how to do it better.
Maybe I should get a better teacher then.
Well, probably should get an actual teacher instead of just some guy that you met somewhere who was in a cage when you met him.
She didn't meet him in the cage.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I didn't.
It was
How
the
did
same
you
day.
meet him?
It was the same day. You were.
Oh yeah,
by
that's
that point.
meet some guy that was in a cage held by your emperor.
Also, if you want the properly acted out version, you can go see the episode 1 of campaign 1.
I can clip that for anyone who's interested.
Sure, go ahead.
Regardless, though, it was rather impressive.
Not enough fire.
He was quite the showman.
Anyways.
Yes. The prince would, he takes a sip of his wine, and he would say, "The view is excellent from up here, is it not?"
It's a nice view.
Yeah, it gives you a whole look of the entire arena.
Yes.
In the crowd.
Well, that is rather the point, isn't it? Haha. So tell me, where are you all from?
All over.
Lots of different places.
Yes.
Are you related?
No.
Thankfully
Not that we're aware of.
I reach over and put my hand on Octavian. Yes, he's my sister.
Very diverting.
Tycon.
Master, he sort of shoots you a look. Tycon?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm terribly sorry what happened to your city was tragedy.
Agreed.
I've.
He's just giving like this absolutely dead stare back to him. Like he blinks like one eye, then the other, like he's a goldfish.
Yeah.
It will be rectified one day.
Yes, I've not given up hope that someday someone will find a way to restore that city. It was a beautiful place with much history.
Did you hear that?
There's some among my people who they have no lost love for the Vanadori, but not me. I think that they were, at their best, very cultural. As this amphitheater itself, we saw many Vanadori plays performed. We saw different Vanadori artisans. Always the height of culture in Tycon. Its contributions to the zeitgeist will be missed.
anyways, are you from here?
I myself was actually born in Saloni.
That's the capital, right?
No, that is the small. That's Starin. Saloni is a small seaside town on the south shore. He'd say there's actually a play performing here next week about a rather tricky Harrigan, a bit of a matchmaker.
I thought that was
it seems
going
to be
on
the
this
talk
week.
of the town.
Yes, he points over his shoulder, and you would see the posters actually on the wall behind him. He'd say, "Lonely in Saloni. Very, very wonderful to see my hometown brought to the forefront. It doesn't get much in the way of attention."
One should always have pride in their origins. In some no matter the circumstance, I think.
I've actually heard something of a rumor, and as he's talking to you, the balladeers have given one last bow to thunderous applause, and the stage is being torn down. The pillars sink back into the ground, and he would say, "I've actually heard. Well, I haven't heard, but there's rumors of Vanadori in the wood."
Not anymore.
Yes, the wood speaks to our beloved Sapiarch, or so she tells us.
Well, after
The
the
wood
fall,
died?
it is possible that many fled into places they wouldn't normally tread.
Yes.
Or be forced there. I didn't say that out loud.
Pursuing someone.
You know, the Varawood is a dangerous place. More so of
You don't have
late.
to tell us twice.
I've had my run-ins with that place. One's a good guide if they are not to get lost.
Yeah,
Some of us spent more time in there than we should have.
Sovathir eyes you for a minute, Octavian, and then his eyes look over at Versailles as he takes a sip of his wine, sets it down, and he says, "That is a tale that I would love to hear, my lady."
Not that interesting.
Looking back to Lucan. You were there as well.
It was not fun, but yes.
Very interesting.
It
Don't
was a
listen.
time.
He enjoyed it.
I didn't enjoy any.
They
of
gave
it.
him his own room.
That was definitely
Lots
not
of
fun.
light.
That
How
was
would
really
Varn know
fun.
this?
Barn was in
He
the.
doesn't.
Oh,
He
No,
doesn't.
Bard was not there.
But at the same time, it's like, but
Barn's just making shit up. What are you talking
Just
about?
say shit, yeah.
Where wasn't Varn?
I believe he would say no. It was Agarwin.
Garwin.
Yeah, a Garwin, but Vard is going and making shit up
Oh yeah.
because I'm an idiot.
I
and
forgot. I forgot about that.
Yeah, perhaps that story could be told another time. Perhaps the next time we are here and we best whatever challenge this place can throw at us.
And not have to run out as fast as we can to go somewhere. Where are we going again? Oh yeah, I remember.
Less of run and more of tight schedule to keep.
Oh, yeah.
We have another performance in another city.
Yes, and we have to ensure that we can get there within a certain timetable.
So you're leaving tomorrow?
We are hoping.
That's
If anything, we might be delayed another day at most, but we're hoping to be on the scene tomorrow.
well. That's.
I'll be here, but I have to go with them.
I was going to suggest that Captain Mountain Dark sign you to a bit of an exclusive contract. I believe that he could make a lot of money with your skills, but
Probably, but our skills are needed elsewhere, and we're not interested in putting down roots just yet.
I completely understand. I hope we will see you again.
Oh, you will, I'm sure. We are very good at what we do, after all.
You're a bit dry of the tongue, are you not, Master? Looking at I don't know.
Lusan?
Lusan. Yes.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or someone else.
No,
And he's like, yes, that's what this is for.
You seem to
He
be
takes like a large gulp of the wine.
Yes, he seems. Yes, you seem to be a stoic sort.
It takes a bit to get used to what happened.
You'd notice this whole time, Venkin hasn't really said anything. He's just kind of sitting. He's just looking at everybody, and he's looking out at the pit, just very quiet.
Not much of a conversationalist, champion.
He cut his tongue out, I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember that part. Since he was just talking to us, did they cut his tongue?
Wasn't.
Yeah, I thought he was.
No, that
Varn
was
just
the
said
prince,
shit.
I thought.
He looks to you, Varn, and he says, "Clearly not the case."
Look, he can't talk.
And he's sort of smiling.
I swear he said something to us when we walked in.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Like he
Okay,
did.
so it wasn't just me.
It's just Varn not paying attention. Varn is a
Well,
character not paying attention.
Vard is just completely clueless, and yeah, he's not paying attention to shit right now.
Can I size up Venkin real quick? Can I get like an idea of like what his shtick is?
Can I take out a
later.
piece of paper and measure him?
Just
With
make
one
your
sheet of
tape,
paper?
You only need one sheet of paper.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, of course I know what you meant. I'm just fucking with you.
Do you want me to roll something else, or can I just discern that?
Oh no, you can just. I mean, if you're just taking a look at him, he is about 7 feet tall. He's all muscle.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's all muscle. He's got.
Tall for a wood elf. Jesus.
Yeah, he's got.
That's
Say
in him
he's
too.
old.
He's got scraggly black hair. He does have something of some black facial hair, piercing sort of blue eyes.
What kind of weapons does he have on him, or does he not have any weapons on him?
He is wearing what looks like some like a like half plate, and he has the big pauldrons on his shoulders, and he does have at his side a warhammer.
A quick question. Actually, no, this is in character. Never mind. Keep going.
It's resting. It's resting, sort of head down on the ground. The ground itself in this box, there is a carpet, but beneath that, it is made of stone. You get the impression that the stone itself might actually be sagging under the weight of his hammer.
Jeez, he's heavy.
So, I just look at him and go, "How long have you been champion?"
He and Sovithir sort of exchange a look and a bit of a laugh, and he says,
Were you voted in as champion?
"Sorry,
Sorry.
No.
That whole thing.
Damn it, you know!
You voted in your prince. It's like, I don't think that's how monarchies work, but okay.
And he would say, "In 6 weeks, it will be 3 years."
Ah, very interesting.
He says, "It pays well enough."
I imagine it would.
Octavian's looking to go and knock that down to 2 years and
Couple months.
40
He would
Six
say,
weeks.
the prince would say, "There are some, foolishly, who question Champion Venkin, that if his skills are truly so impressive, why is he not at the front caving in dwarven skulls with that hammer of his?"
You
That's just
got
a
this,
waste of-
Octavian. You get him.
I think some people, if I were to make an educated guess, I think some people just don't have the stomach for real war.
I wouldn't even say that. I'd say somebody's got to keep the prince safe.
I
He-
was gonna say it's
Fighting woods.
gonna be a difference of opinion.
he gives you a look, Octavian, and he kind of smiles, and he would say, "I will join when there's a worthy enemy."
Adversary.
Is that a Big Lebowski reference?
What?
I don't think
What?
so. No.
What?
No, I don't think it was.
Oh, the Russians. That was a worthy fucking adversary. Never mind.
No, I thought you stalled out and couldn't think of the word.
No, I said enemy.
Oh, all I heard was worthy.
No, I said a worthy enemy.
Yeah, that's all I heard too was worthy.
No, I said he said if there was a worthy enemy, he would enlist.
Well, on that I think we can agree. Perhaps an enemy who is here for hold on. I had it. Hold on. Let me
Deep breath. I know you got it.
I had something in my head and then I just brain farted. But I kept talking. Let's see.
If I keep talking, it'll come back. Damn it!
Yes. Well, perhaps next time an enemy who comes knocking that has a more worthwhile reason might catch your eye.
Yes, he'd say, don't take this the wrong way, but years ago, I loved killing Vanadori. They were worthy.
Kind of hard to take the wrong way.
They were worthy.
Octavian's never specifically said that he's Vanadori.
No,
Unless
no, he
this I
didn't.
can tell. So,
I don't think he did. I don't.
Yeah,
I think
but
he's
he
just
wa- he
stating
wa-
that.
But I mean, he might be just stating that. I mean, also, you're wearing the capelet, right?
nope.
No, he specifically
Nope.
took off the capelet.
Okay.
Smart.
Took that off before we got here. Oh, but then again, Lucan said he was from Tycon, so maybe he's just
I mean,
saying
I mean,
it out loud.
yeah, he's probably just saying that loud. Whether
Fair.
I'm from Tycon, whether I'm from
Continue.
Tycon or not is irrelevant.
I mean, I don't know that we ever determined this in canon, but I mean, you're Asimar,
Yes.
and Versailles has sort of an odd color palette. So I don't know that either of you at first glance appear obviously Vanadori. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to
Yeah. And Octavian's accent is from very far west of the Empire.
yes.
Sans Dragonborn.
And Lucan's a Dragonborn. But Lucan did obviously say. Anyways, it continued.
Yes.
I just.
The point
Make that
is
clear.
that yes, he did say that, but he is showing respect to the Vanadori as worthy adversaries. That's the whole point.
Gotcha.
The Legion were obviously formidable. Everybody knows that.
You can take him.
Yes. Yeah, the prince would say, yes, the Vanadori Legion were formidable. Everyone knows that.
They were certainly something.
Do you think that we'll see their like again?
I hope one day.
Oh.
I look at Octavian and go and say, no, probably not.
Yeah, Barn doesn't realize that there is still what was it, 400 or 600 of them left?
Varn is
We
trying to go and hide that point.
I thought you were trying to make a dig at him.
No.
Okay.
No, Varn is trying to go and hide the fact that you are one of the Legion.
All right.
So was Versailles too.
Oh, it was Lucan. He's just like, yeah, let's not talk about the fact that, yeah, there's a Vanadori right there.
Almost up until recently, literally wore it on his sleeve.
Yes.
And
No, Varn looks at him and goes, says, nah, you'll never see them again. And he's kind of nudging his head towards Octavian.
as the hilt of Vanad falls out of your pocket and rolls across the floor.
Oh,
Right?
that is very squarely in my pack.
Yes.
That's just a paperweight.
You got to be Superman to see that.
That's right.
Anywho.
At this, does anyone have anything else? As we're
Particularly.
Nope.
As a note, just since everybody else is drinking, Octavian isn't.
yes, keeping your wits sharp, my friend.
Exactly.
Excellent. At this,
Okay, I do enough drinking for the two of us. And,
I'll
and
get full
more.
free.
Even if Versailles not drinking, it's like I drink enough for all of us.
No,
It's
Versailles
fine.
is drinking, but she's just sipping slowly.
Casually drinking, yeah.
yeah, Versailles has a sip and soup.
Hey, I had that for lunch the other day.
Yes, no, me too. I love them.
That sounds amazing right now.
You're right. I'm hungry. So, anyways,
As
question for you. God, I'm sorry.
no, please.
A question for you, Prince.
Lucan, was it?
Yes, that is me. What is going on with those rolls?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay, all right. As long as it's something that's actually going on. It's like, who's just fucking rolling randomly?
I've got like 4 side quests happening at once. This is great.
Is there an issue if we were to participate in the challenge as well, the arena combat and all that stuff?
He gives Venkin a look, who just sort of shrugs, and he'd say, "Well, there was, I believe, the person who was to face our champion has been selected, but I could put a word in quickly if you wanted to qualify. Unless you just..."
He'll look over at Octavian. Did you want to go in there? I don't really have all my spells.
No, I was just making conversation. Perhaps another time.
Yes, I would say when you return from your errand, you can...
Yeah, that sounds like a good time to do it.
You will always be welcome. And
that.
Venkin just kind of looks at Lucan, and then he kind of tries to lock eyes with you, Octavian. Would you look at him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stare him
Look
down.
up.
I'm
No. He's like...
Champions fought war chiefs bigger.
He's not trying to challenge you. I think he's just trying to like size you up like you did to him.
I know. He kind of shrugs. He kind of nods his head over towards Lucan and says, "Really?"
I mean, if you want to take me on when I was at my best, that wouldn't be too bad. Might hurt a lot though.
He sort of chuckles and he says, "No spellcasters."
Yeah, no, then I definitely can't do anything there.
At this, there is a bit of a as the stage has been sort of reset. There is a bit of a shuffling of feet and papers behind you all.
You thought about a mage competition? As he's like turning around, he's just saying that to the prince. Like, have you thought about a mage competition? That might be fun.
Well, you know, Champion Venkin does have a team. There's Keghorn. And we cannot forget Stondroth. Very formidable. And of course, for you, Lucan, I think... And Venkin just looks and says, Theria. And Silvathir says, yes, Lucan, I think you would like Theria. I think she would give you quite a run for your coin. If it was an arcane battle that you had your eyes set on.
Fall for it. She's gonna steal your money.
Is she an arcane trickster? Is she gonna steal my money and my magic?
The prince would say, I would be more worried that she would break your heart and then your bones.
I don't know. Some people pay good money for things like that.
Lucan would just look at him. Yeah, I think I still have any sort of feeling like that anymore.
Glass bones and paper skin.
Gesturing to Lucan, he sort of looks to Baron Octavian in Versailles and says, this one's a bit dead inside. What did you do to him?
They didn't do anything.
He's dead.
I was at TyCon, remember? I was at TyCon when it fell.
That was...
Discuss. I think it's best not to discuss one's trauma with polite company.
But that was also... What was it, 11, 12 years ago? I know these wounds will never truly heal, but...
I'm a really good spellcaster.
You must find a way to... Well, I wouldn't say move on, but rebuild. rebuild some sort of meaning for yourself.
Yeah, that's the idea. But something has to be done about Tycon first.
Yes, well,
Before I can rebuild. But yes, the he just pauses for like a solid second. Yes, as he said, it's best not to speak about personal matters.
yes.
Which I don't know if you caught, but he was about to call him the Praetor.
Yeah.
It was like a solid few seconds of wait. I shouldn't say that.
I should not have said that. Should not have said
Not
that.
said that.
At this, there's actually yes, the shuffling behind you as there is a familiar figure who has appeared in the doorway behind you.
Oh, I said, I'll got him.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
don't know.
oh God.
Oh God.
Zickelmickel.
I never met him. Well, Lucien never met him.
Why can't I pick him up? What layer am I on? There we go. I'm having so much Roll20 problems. Here comes the familiar figure of Zilbar Zickelmickel, and the prince would say, "Aha, Zilbar, I heard you had a surprise for us." And he would say, "I do, Sigilhail, I do. Something you will find most diverting." And Sovathir looks at Venkin, who nods and says, "They're ready." And the prince claps his hand and says, "Ah, excellent, excellent. This is the surprise that I told you about. I think you'll find this even better than the Blessed Balladeers." With this, the prince stands up, and he would address the crowd, and he would say, and his voice appears to be magically amplified, and he would say, "Attention, gathered crowd at the amphitheater of our dear Queen Bryneth. The Renter Warden of the Shipwrights Guild and your Harbour Master, Zilbar Zickelmickel," and there's sort of like a groan in the crowd, there's a smattering of applause, and says, "has brought you a very special treat, one he hopes you will remember in the upcoming election. Would you like to introduce them, Harbour Master Zickelmickel?" "No, Prince, I insist. It is your event." "Very well. The notorious privateer, murderer, pillager, and the former first mate of the Sunder, the Tiger himself, will fight for his freedom in a trial by combat. He has chosen as his second the Fist of Tyr, the exiled Queen's Hand, the first Spear of Hannon, the Warforged Safeguard." And at this you would see two familiar figures emerge from a tunnel, one mounted on horseback, the other on foot. As a gate slams behind them, there's a great jeer from the crowd, punctuated with some cheers and applause and various gasps. One elf would throw cabbages near you, which narrowly misses Ren.
Lucien,
We know those guys.
You guys can drop your tokens.
Lucien would speak directly in Octavian's mind. What the hell is going on?
I'm gonna turn over to what Zilbar was a gnome, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna turn and look down at him and what the fuck is the meaning of this pencil pusher?
Octavian, remember Ren kind of took over after me and Safeguard fudged things up. So I'm sure Ren is
Can
the
you
one who
increase the
helps set
size
this
of
up.
the horse token to be large? Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes.
Horses are large.
I
They are very big.
keep forgetting to fix that.
It's not
You
even
ever
that. It's
seen
just
a
like
horse?
the idea behind it is just like, what do you mean? Oh, that horse is the same size as like a.
The
as like an
10-foot
ogre.
horse. It's a
As
big
an
ass
ogre.
horse.
Thing is, Ren and Safeguard are missing their like entry music.
Oh yeah, I'm getting there.
Oh, thank you, Justin.
Like some sort of like rock thing.
Ren and Safeguard, do you do anything as you enter? And there's cabbages being thrown near you.
You scream my cabbages.
If like one is like coming towards Ren, like towards his back, he just like puts his hand behind his head and just catches it without even looking.
Just crushes into coleslaw.
Safeguard just ignores it.
Did you know I made my own coleslaw tonight?
Nice.
Yeah,
We
great.
did know.
Yeah, great story, right?
No,
Power with Lord of the Rings.
Ren's just walking out. He's in his nice clothes with the black pants, the white shirt, and the blue vest.
Yes.
And his sleeves are rolled up to the elbow, showing the tattoos. And he just walks out with a stern look.
Zickelmickle steps forward and he's yelling. His voice is not as magically amplified, but he says, I, Zilbar Zickelmickle, your friend, have caught the notorious pirate and this renegade paladin, and I hope all my friends here will remember my service to Altair and to Erisarid in the upcoming elections. The harbors are safer now without this notorious pirate plaguing us. And there's most of the crowd seems a little confused. There's a few are on their feet cheering and jeering. Some others are just sort of confused, looking around like, what the hell is he talking about? At this, Sovathir would say, and now I have chosen as my champion to ensure justice be done and they be given a chance to clear their names. Your champion, Venkin. And there's a great roar of applause as Venkin stands and faces the crowd. And he puts his arms out and he says, they're lucky not today. Come, Stondroth and Theria. And from the other side, a gate opens. And you would see two figures emerge. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my notes. You would see a dragonborn. Give me 1 second here to fix this. There we go. Okay. Blue Skidoo, we can do. Okay.
What was
There. You would see two figures emerge. There is one is a dragonborn wearing plate armor, and he is mounted on the back of a warhorse. And you would actually see he is a what type of dragonborn is he? Emerald. And you would see a pink-skinned tiefling with glowing yellow eyes. She's wearing a lavender leather jacket, and she has these horns that are wrapping around her head like a crown.
Wait, there's another Emerald Dragon?
Apparently.
I mean, I guess Luce would just sit up and be like, huh, didn't think I'd see another one of my kind.
They're looking across at both of you, and the Dragonborn is spinning what looks like a flail.
He's not the same now.
Arco was a red dragon.
That's true. Is there just a green dragon?
Yeah, there's green.
Yeah, there's green dragons.
Yeah, no, he's that. I'm sorry. He's a green Dragonborn. There's a couple holes in my prep, and we just filled one. Great. And from there, there's a hush. The braziers come back to life, and we can roll initiative as the crowd cheers.
Right before it starts, Ren takes the captain's vengeance from its sheath and kind of holds it out in front of him with his palms raised, a blade in the hilt on each palm. And he says a quiet prayer. He says, Captain, I know I've received more years than I should have, but I beg of you, please grant me a little more time.
Valkyr?
Yes.
I look over to Venkin as they're getting ready to go, and I just go, You have sent your friends to die.
He would look and say, "It is the prince's choice if it's to the death."
I was gonna say, I hope they're not trying to kill each other. This is supposed to be a show, after all.
And the prince sort of looks out, and
Trial by combat. I think that's pretty obvious.
he looks out at Therian and Stondroth, and he looks out at Ren and Safeguard, and Prince Overthere says, "We will see." Oh, that's not good. Okay.
And suddenly
Start
someone
pulling the
dies.
paladin move.
Yeah, I know. Oops. Ren didn't roll a 30. Wow.
Holy shit. We got some stuff going there.
Yeah, the die was a 7, so I got a 16. What can you do?
Okay. Leg, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. I read a million articles about mounted combat.
Yes.
Let me fix Safeguard here. Safeguard looks weird. Okay.
Be right back.
Okay, there you go. So I think that so the mount shares our initiative, right?
Correct.
It has its own movement.
Yep.
Mounted combatant, you can redirect damage to the horse to yourself. I know that.
Yep.
And you've got, what's the other part I wrote down? Advantage on melee rolls against unmounted creature that's smaller than your mount.
Oh, I did not know that.
Is that true? Are we playing that way? Is that the right? Is that the right rules?
That's up to you.
Is that raw?
Yeah, up to you.
Okay.
So you've got high ground basically
Yeah.
on a horseback. So yeah, you'd have the advantage on attack.
Is that the mounted combat feat?
Yeah. The mounted combatant.
So that's if they have the feat. Otherwise, they don't have the advantage.
Does Safeguard have the feat?
I have the feat, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, never mind.
And I just want to
Nice.
verify. Does your horse have 60-foot speed?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I understood. So surprisingly, Stondroth is going to go first. As he comes out, he sort of does a couple little, he does a couple twirls for the audience. He's playing to the crowd a little bit. Some of them appear to be fans. And he is going to use his movement. What is it? It's right before that grate. So yeah, he's going to use his movement to ride out. And let me think for a minute. And that'll be him. Good. Brings us to Ren. Music's solid, Justin. I like it. Music is solid.
I'm
like that. But I do now know the Elden Ring soundtrack is on Spotify, so I can go through that later. I've already added
I
one
know through
to
the Final Fantasy 14 soundtrack, you fuck.
I'll look at that too. But already added one to the boss playlist. The one for Star Scourge Redundant.
Hey, fight's happening.
Sorry.
Ren moves up. He's holding his sword reverse style. He's going to stay there. And his anklets are going to begin to glow as he readies Radiant Sun Bolts as Standroth gets in range. He's aiming for the horse.
Okay. Excellent. Brings us to the Tiefling. She's going to move her speed out a little bit. And then gotta check one thing. And she also appears to be readying something. As we'll go to safeguard.
Okay. First, I will cast Crusader's Mantle.
Mm-hmm.
And in case you don't know what that does, that gives it a 30-foot aura around me.
Yes.
And any non-hostile creature, including me, deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage when they hit with a weapon attack. And as I cast that, how do I say that guy's name? Standroth?
Yes. Stondroth.
Stondroth. Okay. I will point my lance at him, and I will say, "When I'm done with you, I will remember your name, and I will shout it into the heavens." And let me measure out. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Excellent. Stondroth, hearing this from Safeguard, would reply, "They will sing songs of your bravery." As he is going to... Did you do that on purpose? Hmm? Hold on. He's going to ride out over here. Let me think for a second. Let's see. The Mount is going to use main action to take dodge. As Stondroth is going to cast on Safeguard. We're going to cast Compelled Duel.
Okay.
This bonus action.
I have to make a save for that, right?
Yes, I believe... Wisdom save.
22.
That is a save. Excellent. Yeah, so he's attempted to goad you, to goad Safeguard, unsuccessfully. Will bring us back to Ren.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Music is intense.
This song's such a banger.
So Ren is gonna kind of run up this way and like just full like jump on the haunches of the Winged Terror and kind of jump off towards this way. And as he's going, he's gonna do a couple spin kicks, throwing Radiant Sunbolts at Stondroth.
Okay. Wow. Woo! Let's go.
And fuck it, Flurry of Blows, he's gonna do a backflip kicking 2 more. Oh, never mind.
Oof.
Okay, so yeah, so that is 2 hits with the Radiant Sunbolt. So that is a 10, 18, is that 20 total?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he will... His little movement left, I think. I think it was just 35 views. Yeah, so he's going to back up a little bit to make room for Safeguard. What's that?
I said, "Oh, how sweet of you."
Excellent. Will that be it for Ren?
Yes, that's it for him.
Great. Will bring us to Theria. Okay, and she... you would see Theria begin to look like she is casting something. She's holding what looks like a gemstone in her left hand, as 2 4-inch diameter spheres of energy are flying at you, Safeguard.
Sorry, what's being cast on me?
Orbs of energy. And that is a 17 and a 26 to hit.
26 hits, 17 does not.
Okay. Let me roll, because why not? Safeguard would take 9 acid damage as a chromatic orb slams into your armor.
Okay. And I have to make a con saving throw. For concentration. That's a success, right?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Good, because that's almost as bad as it can get.
Isn't it 10 plus the spell's level?
No, it's half the damage taken. Or
Oh, I'm
10
sorry.
minimum.
I'm thinking of counters. I'm thinking something else. Ignore me. Long day. Great. And that will be her bringing us to Safeguard.
Okay, Safeguard will just trying to like see what is like the furthest I can be away from this person, because lances have reach, thank God.
Yeah.
And I will make 2 melee attacks. A 14 and a 22.
22 will hit.
And I'll roll my d4. 12 damage.
12 damage. Wow. Okay. Yeah, your lance deflects off of Stondroth's armor at one point. And it looks like he's about to say something snippy as you give him a really good stab, denting one of his pauldrons as he appears to reflexively back off a little bit, taking a good hit. Is that Safeguard?
That'll be my turn.
Stondroth is going to, from here, is going to just attempt to come over to the side here a little bit, directly coming by you, as he's going to make a couple of attacks with that, what looks like a flail. And let me... Can I just click this? Let's look. Yes, okay. Wow, that is a 23 and a 24 to hit.
Those both hit.
And so you would take 22 bludgeoning, and he is going to go ahead and throw a divine smite on one of those.
Oh, he's a paladin. Fuck.
Yeah, you probably should have smited on the first one.
D8. I'm using like physical dice.
Honestly, I shouldn't even be fighting him. I should have used my channel divinity, abjure enemy, and like just fucked off and killed the spellcaster.
Yeah, maybe.
It is an additional 8 radiant.
Ow.
Stondroth would say, "Worry not. The prince may show you mercy, and if he doesn't, I'm sure the songs will."
Partial good line.
I just got handed a cherry limeade from Sonic, by the way. I'm very happy.
Nice. That's like the best drink in the world.
Yeah, it's so good.
It is. My old boss used to. We give him money and he'd go buy us some.
Mm-hmm. I love the with the app you get like half off all the time. And let me think for 1 second. A couple of attacks and no, wait a minute. Smite, I believe, was the bonus action. Is that right?
Smite is part of the action to attack. It's not a bonus action.
Oh, the other smites, Searing, Thunderous, Wrathful, those are all bonus.
Yeah, those are bonus.
Okay, then with the bonus, why not? Let's try the Compelled Duel one more time. He's just going for Flare. I'm going to attempt to cast that one more time with a bonus action.
The whiz save, right?
It is, yes. Ooh, Safeguard shrugs it off again. Brings us around to Ren.
Ren will run forward. I'm just gonna. Ren is going to run forward one more, jumping onto the haunches of the Winged Terror and kind of jumping over stand, like doing like a flip over Standroth and like kind of like landing on the back of his horse. And he's going to make weapon attacks.
Okay. Wow. Okay. 13 would miss. It would glance off his armor, but the 29 will absolutely take a chunk out of his armor.
And 5 more from being within the Crusader's mantle.
Excellent. Wow. So that is 15? Oh, no. 15 plus 7 cold?
So 22 total.
22. Dang. Okay.
And flurry of blows.
Okay. 8 more bludgeoning?
Yep. Total of 30.
As you're raining blows on the Dragonborn.
Yeah, and I guess I can't end in his square. That was just for flair. So I guess we're gonna move. So, like, do I have to, like, for an attack of opportunity, is it within his space or his horse's space? Because I don't know exactly where he is in this.
I read that there's some, like, the ruling is it's the horse's space, but there's an argument about it.
I think it's the horse's space, mostly because you were on the horse, right? So if you think about it, you were, like, centered in the horse, right?
Yep.
And, like, so therefore, you know, you can kind of reach all around.
You become the horse. Okay, Ren will end here.
Okay.
And that is his turn.
Okay. Will bring us to...
I think, though, the argument really only matters when, like, you're a mountain combatant not using a lance, right? Because even, like, for Safeguard, right, like, no matter where my token is, right, like, you know, because I have a 10-foot reach, right, and you did that, like, say you did that to Safeguard, right, like, and you go out of my melee range in any direction, I am able to get an attack of opportunity on you, so... I think that only really matters if you're not using a lance, and if you're not using a lance, you're playing a mountain combatant wrong.
Theria would, looking at Ren doing all kinds of flips off horses and different flashy maneuvers, she would say, she would look at you, and she appears to be casting something as she begins to levitate off the ground. It appears as though she's cast Fly on herself. She's now 60 feet in the air from where she once was.
Cool. Can't do anything about that.
She's hovering in the air, and her eyes are glowing, and she's looking at you, Ren, and she says, "Don't worry, I'll be right there." And that brings us around to Safeguard.
Oh, God. What am I doing? I'm gonna look at, the person that's flying. And I'm gonna use my action, I'm going to shout, "By the spear of the queen, I abjure thee!"
Whoa!
And I will use my channel divinity. Abjure enemy.
I don't.
As an action. Huh?
Well, hold on a second. Yeah, so I mean, we call that even. Yeah, so she's 60. We don't do triangles, right? So she's 60 feet. That's fine.
Yes, trust me. I measured this out.
Yeah, that's fine. She's gonna make wisdom save.
Yeah, wisdom save. The save is 14.
Okay. Wow. Whew, big roll. Let's. What is her whiz? Okay. 17.
It's a success. It means, their speed is halved for 1 minute.
Okay.
Or until they take
damage.
Or until they take damage.
Okay.
And then.
You know that's annoying because I really wanted my 60-foot flying speed.
Oh, I mean, how much more annoying do you think it would have been if she failed?
Yeah.
Just fucking
Just sit there while we beat this guy up and then go over and be like, all right, time to take your lumps.
Is there anything I can do as a bonus action? I mean, there's a few things I could do as a bonus action, but I think that'll be my turn.
Okay. Stondroth, standing sort of toe-to-toe with you, Safeguard, is going to... Yes. Keeping it simple, we will make a couple more weapon attacks. Because why not? That is a 20 and an 18. Dirty 20 and an 18.
18 hits, or no, 18 does not hit, 20 hits.
Okay, that would be 13 bludgeoning from the flail. Taking us back to... quick question for Leg.
Okay.
You haven't been doing this, I haven't been doing this, but can our mounts be taking, like disengage or dodge and stuff?
I have no clue. Honestly, I haven't really fucked with that. I think it's cool that I'm on the horse.
It is cool.
60 feet of
What was
movement.
the question?
It is cool. I know, our mounts share our initiative. I know that's the best way to do it. They have their own movement, and they can take the dodge or the disengage or the dash action. I believe. So
Sounds about right.
if I had my mount right now take the dodge action, but it's just what I'm basically asking Leg is.
You wouldn't be able to attack the horse, but you'd still be able to attack the guy.
Yeah, what I'm asking Leg is I think it's ridiculous if we both do that. You know what I mean? It's just gonna take forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's sort of, you know what I mean. Anyway, Ren, please.
How's Stondroth looking?
Looking like he's got a little blood in his armor.
Ren is going to stab upwards, going for the flank.
On Stondroth.
Yes.
The flank. Oh, okay. You're like flanking him. These are just straight rolls. These are not advantage rolls, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. So the 28 absolutely hits for 14, and then you're throwing. That's the mantle, right? So 14, 16.
Yep.
A strong hit on Stondroth.
And in it to win it, flurry of blow.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Let's throw a star. Oh wait.
What's up?
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Let's fuck it, throw a stunning strike on that.
Okay. Is that that's a save?
A DC 16 Constitution save.
Con save.
Wait, 17? I need to check. 17.
17. What is his con? Okay. 17. Here we go.
Anyone hear the words to the song even though they're not there?
18, I swear.
All right, his Ren's last attack. From
I want to give the 9 damage, right?
Yeah, 9. And another 6 from the second punch.
Okay.
You're critting like nuts tonight. Man.
Yeah, the 20 would hit. Yeah. Stunt.
Life's on the line.
Where are you punching him? You just like body shots, or are you trying? Are you?
I imagine Ren's doing like kung fu flips all over this motherfucker's horse this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he stabs him in the flank, slashes at his like shoulder, punches him in the face, kicks him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of using the horse like a pommel horse.
Yeah.
But staying close to the situation. And that is Ren's turn.
Okay. Theria, flying 60 feet in the air, she has the half speed, I believe.
Yep.
So she is going to...
She, oh wait, no, that's only if she fails.
Okay. She's actually going to back up sort of 5 feet over this way. And Ren, you would notice the air... Nope. You didn't notice that. The air's fine. The air's it's good. It's good breathing air.
Cool. I like breathing air.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah.
It's kind of the best kind of air.
It is, yeah. I do like it.
That sounds like somebody dropped a stinking cloud or something.
If it was something like that, Ren is immune to the poison condition, but not poison damage.
That's right.
But I don't know what she's doing.
What just occurred to me is that flight is concentration, which has fucked up my whole plan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you might just
What
have
was
to blow
that
things
laugh?
up instead.
Yeah. Keeping it moving, she is going to... How far is she away? Yep. We're going to just rinse and repeat. We're going to throw a couple orbs at Ren. Couple of ranged spell attacks coming Ren's way. That is a 21 and a 28.
Both hit.
Rolling good. Ren, you've got... Let me just do this real quick. What is that? A sphere Ren comes at you, and Ren would take 19 acid damage from this.
Ooh.
And she looks down at you, her glowing yellow eyes, and she says, "I'm up here." She kind of waves.
I'll join you in a moment.
Can you jump this high? Can you do flips up here?
Just wait, bitch.
Those rolls could have been worse, Ren.
Oh, yeah. No, we're good.
Okay, great. Brings us to Safeguard. Safeguard, you are standing toe-to-toe with Stondrov, who Ren is beating the shit out of.
Well, I'm also about to beat the shit out of him.
Oh, dear.
14, I assume that misses.
Yes. Glancing off the armor. Oh, 12
Oh my
glancing
God.
off the armor as well.
Well, fuck. That's my turn, I guess.
Okay.
That's a big oof.
Why is every good spell concentration?
Because it has to have some kind of drawback.
I know, it's so good.
You need to pick ones that are more specialized.
I know. Oops.
There are plenty that are not.
Shit.
You just need to make sure you pick them.
Exactly. Ooh, that's a good one. So that is Safeguard coming back around to Stondroth. Stondroth will... Ten seconds. He's going to attempt to kind of just like for flair, he's going to ride up here a little bit, taking a couple of swings, very, very focused on Safeguard. He's going to make a couple of weapon attacks. Oh, a 15 and an 11. Is trying to make contact, but these are glancing off Safeguard's armor.
That's good.
I find it interesting that if the mount moves, you can make an opportunity attack against the mount, but not against the rider.
Then...
no, if you trigger an opportunity attack, the attacker can target you or the mount.
Oh, is it that way?
Yep, that is in the player's handbook.
Clever.
Or the DMG, it's in one of them.
I gotta check and see if I have this. Do we have it? We don't. Okay. That'll be Stondroth, bringing us back to Ren.
I need 1 sec.
Yes.
Ren will say to Theria, I hope you're not going to miss your friend, as he makes more attacks on Stondroth.
Ooh. Those would glance off, Ren.
Flurry of blow.
Ooh. Ren is slashing at Stondroth, his sword just bouncing off the armor. Ren, frustrated, does a flip, I assume, attempts to rain blows on him.
Yep.
Looks like he almost breaks his hand on the first swing. Comes back with the elbow, almost knocks Stondroth off the horse, dealing 5 damage. And is that Ren?
Yes, that'll be Ren.
Okay. Seconds. Theory would say she's going to actually fly down. Is her speed still halved?
No, I think was that just one round?
I think so. It doesn't really matter. She's
Or
going to
half
actually...
for 1 minute, or till she takes damage. 1 minute.
Okay, so she hasn't taken damage yet. She's actually going to land. Her boots touch the ground as the ground accepts her weight, and she's going to say, "Funny, how are you going to hurt my friend if you're already dead?" And the air around you, Ren, begins to fill with spinning daggers, 5 feet on each side, centered right on Ren.
Oh no.
And let me look here. I don't think there's a save here. So yeah, let's roll. Ren is going to take 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
As a cloud of daggers envelops you. And Vorm. Vorm, you there?
Vorm?
Yes, I'm talking to myself though.
Of course.
Don't go buy it. But I don't have an animated spell for Cloud of Daggers. My disappointment is immeasurable.
Why would you say don't buy it?
Don't buy it. If you find it, send me the link. I will pay for it, but I can't find it.
All right.
So just to be clear, that's a 5-foot cube, so it's just right on top of Ren, and that'll bring us back to Safeguard.
I will continue hitting the dude. Not 1 and a 19.
Wow, the 19 will it hit? The 19 will hit. The 9 will. Wow, 16.
Okay, and I will dump a 3rd level Divine Smite in him.
Yes, baby.
That's 48?
Yes.
And my 1d4, forgot about that. So 36 damage.
You would actually see Stondroth at this. He's actually going to fall off the horse. And he falls to the ground, seemingly dead. As he falls, you would see his body begin to glow. As he stands up and he looks at you.
Wait, he stood up?
He did.
Something happened.
He cast, what's that spell in Dark Souls? Tears of Denial.
If you're wondering, he has a modified, it's similar to Undying Sentinel.
Okay.
One of those. Channel Divinity.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So yes, Safeguard appears to have dropped Stondroth, but he's using what little power he has left to remain in the game. Is that Safeguard?
That's me for now.
Okay. Bringing us back to Stondroth. You see him actually speaking something in a language that I don't believe you know. And he's going to rise up, and he's going to make a couple of attacks on Safeguard as a last. It's his last chance. Those are two. I'm so mad. Those are 2 16s.
Those both miss.
They do indeed miss. 2 seconds. Hold on.
I don't believe they actually have a animated Cloud of Daggers.
Hmm. And he is going to. He's going to. He's going to risk the attack of opportunity and move away.
I'll take it.
Yes.
20.
Okay, that'll hit. And Stondroth is going to. Hold on.
Die.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check one thing.
Ellis, he's a paladin.
Yeah.
He could always go and heal himself.
Well, I was just checking. Is Lay Hands a bonus action?
It's a full action.
What spell?
Lay on Hands.
Lay on Hands is a full action, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So.
The only bonus action, like, healing spell is Healing Word.
Or a vitality after you have it up.
Yeah, that too.
Why am I not seeing Healing Word in the Paladin's spell list?
Because they don't have it. It's a
Yeah,
spell.
I was gonna say because I'm looking at my stat block and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, great. Yeah. So, safeguard. How do you want to do this?
As he's running, I'll say, I'm gonna throw some flair in here because I have the Relentless Avenger feature.
Yes.
Because I'm a Vengeance Paladin. I will move halfway, right? And as I'm chasing after him, right, I'll yell out to him, "Why do you fight?" Expecting an answer.
Are you running?
He would say, "I fight for glory."
Well, it seems you have none today! And I will make the stabbing motion and kill him.
Are you going lethal?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. And that is
I guess
safe.
when you're making the stabbing motion, Ren would just be like, let's say, like, no.
No?
Whoop. Ren. Sorry. My bad. There.
I mean, I could always revivify him.
Sure. I mean, you do whatever you do, but Ren just said that.
Yeah. And... Alright, I guess I have movement. Oh wait, no, that was my reaction. So...
That's true. That's true. I believe that brings us to Ren.
Yeah.
And Ren, you're starting your turn inside this cloud, and you would take an additional 7 slashing.
Well, I mean, I would... Wouldn't I technically not have taken damage till the start of my turn?
Yeah. Well, no, you take it when you...
When you
The initial and when you start, I think.
Correct. Yeah, that's what it says. A creature takes 44 when it enters the spell area for the first time, or starts its turn there.
Yeah, so you get both. So it's only 5 feet.
Let me mark damage.
How's Ren looking? Ren looking good?
Still looking alright.
Okay.
Ren just slowly turns as he's being cut up. His brand new nice clothes. And he kind of does one of those like Dragon Ball Z, gets pushes into the ground, and just a burst of speed, he's right in her face. And when he's about 20 feet away, he throws the Captain's Vengeance at her.
12 would miss.
And then he catches it and... Fuck me. I'm guessing that doesn't hit.
14 would hit.
Oh. Stunning strike.
Reaction Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. What do I do?
So that's a dex saving throw. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, then that means she takes no damage.
I have evasion. I take 0 damage.
Okay.
Monks.
Monks. Okay. And now Stunning Strike. Let's resolve that. That is, what is that?
DC 17 Constitution save.
Con save. Okay, believe me or not, that is a 25.
That's fine.
Roll a 19.
Flurry of blows.
Yes, I mean, yeah. Flurry of blows. 14, excuse me, 12 would miss. The 20 would hit for 9.
Stunning strike on the second one.
Okay. Hold on, how much damage did she take on that first hit? 8 plus 5, right?
How many key points do you still have?
I have 2 left.
Okay. I was like, you're dropping this
8,
shit
9,
left and right.
10, 11, 12, 13. Did you not use any in the dwarf battle?
Wasn't there in the dwarf battle.
Oh, shit. Okay. I need to do math. Math's
That
hard.
was
Hold
the
on.
whole point of this.
8, 9, 10, 13 plus 9 is 22. Okay, good. Just making sure I got it. What's happening now? Another Stunning Strike?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to roll. I rolled a 12.
She is stunned until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Which means she's dead.
Hold on.
Yeah, she's dead.
Shut up, Justin.
I measured safeguards distance. She's dead.
He could roll. They could roll like a 1.
I don't know, with advantage though.
Hmm.
Could roll 2 ones.
True.
Okay.
We gotta take those crits out of something.
Yeah.
With Ren popping off with all those crits he's got.
So that's the end of Ren's turn.
Okay. Furia is stunned. And she says, son of a bitch! It takes us to safeguard.
Here I go killing again.
Boy, here I go killing again.
Oh, yuck, oh, yuck.
Let me turn. Oh
The
wait, do I,
demons told me to. I'll do it again.
I do have always roll twice on. Okay. I just had to make sure I have that on. 24 and 21.
Okay. So 27 damage.
Yeah.
You'd see some as you're slashing at the tiefling. She's looking at you with these glowing yellow eyes as blood starts trickling out of her nose.
That will be my turn for now. Mostly because, like, I just want to see if, like, they're gonna call it off.
Okay, yeah. I mean, are you looking for any signal, or are you? Or is...
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm looking around to see, like, if they're, like, trying to get us to stop.
You would actually notice Versailles and Varn and Luciano. You would notice that Zilbar he's sweating a lot, and Sovathir looks over at Venkin, and Venkin just kind of has his arms folded, and he's just looking sort of expressionless. Sovathir gives you a nod, safeguard, sort of indicating it's your call.
Don't you get your Crusader's Mantle, or did that drop?
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Just in case.
Wow.
And then...
You got 2 hits.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah! Look at that go!
That's a real game changer.
I mean, you never know.
It could have killed her.
I've run a lot of enemies that get down to 1 hit point.
Hold on a second. So I'm stunned. Can't move. Can't speak.
Can't do anything.
Can't do anything.
Yep.
No actions or reaction.
Could I subtle spell?
No.
No.
Still
What
need
can you
to do an
spell
action
subtle?
to do that.
Is it Ren's turn?
It is indeed Ren's turn.
Ren holds the captain's vengeance in his hands and he says, "Thank you for more time, Captain." He sheaths it and then just pummels the fuck out of him.
Wow. Oh god.
Oh,
Ren, you're gonna take away some of our rolls at this point. We're just gonna be rolling nat ones for the rest of the campaign.
It's a total of 32.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
After just pummeling the crap out of her, this is all non-lethal.
Okay.
Ren does his signature, grabs her by the sides of the head, rears back, and just slams his head into hers.
So if she's stunned, can she fall?
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Okay.
not paralyzed.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, she would crumple to the ground in a heap. The glowing in her yellow eyes fades a bit as her eyes get a little bit glassy. She lays there motionless. Sovathir would stand up at this and say, "Well done!" And do you pay him attention? Are you doing anything?
Nope. I mean, looking at him to see if he says more.
Ren kind of walks forward a bit and just gives like a deep, flourishing, exaggerated bow.
Octavian and Versailles and the others, would you do or say anything to Ren or react?
Other than, I mean, I can imagine Lucien would just like raise the bottle and just like point at it and just nod. Like, this is some good shit. Should have some later.
I would turn to Zilbar and just say, "You should have known how that was going to go."
I think it's pretty obvious that he did.
Do you think, Ren, now that his name is clear, do you think he might endorse me in the next election? Perhaps it could do me some good?
I wouldn't hold your breath.
He might kill you.
I don't know. It seemed more like this was just a show, and I'm pretty sure he was indulging in it.
Sovathir would say, our laws are clear. Tiger, your name is cleared. And as long as you reform your pirating ways, you are free once more. Well done.
Ren just starts walking off.
Hey, idiot.
I'm
You
still
already
sta-
did that.
I'm still standing at attention.
Yes, and the first spear of Hannon. Tell your queen of your victory today. Should bring her peace.
I will. And may I speak a few words to the crowd?
He gestures to you. The crowd is hushed.
Let it be known today, as glory fades into bloodstains. Let this day be legend. Know there is no mercy for the strong, and that you should never fight for glory. You fight because you must!
Alright.
There is a pause safeguard, and then a smattering of some thunderous applause. People are stamping their boots on the wood. The place is shaking as there is applause for you and Ren.
And I will bow, say thank you, and I will walk off with Ren.
The cabbages, which were thrown before, have been replaced. There are some flowers being thrown in the middle of the ring. You would see some of the attendants you saw before come out, take Stondroth and Theria, drag them back into the gate as Stondroth's horse would trot along behind them.
I was thinking about saying Ren steals the horse, but he won't do
I'm sure they have ways of fixing it.
That's my horse.
Yeah,
Only
you
out-
stole
only out-
Rosenberg's horse.
Only out of necessity.
um, the ones in the box with the prince would notice Zilbar slinking away. He says, "I have some paperwork to take care of. I'm going to." He's going
Make
to,
sure we don't have any fees on that boat.
Yes.
When Ren and Safeguard get past the gate to the outside, Ren kind of offers them like the predator, you son of a bitch. He like handshake and like kind of like claps hands, starts there, and kind of like brings in for like a half hug. And this is-
You fight
you.
well.
You too, and thank you for your support. It's not how I expected our time here to go.
Me neither. But you know what? I have fun, and that's what matters.
I'm afraid I didn't relish it as much as you seem to. And you didn't have to kill him.
I know, but I wasn't going to, and then he told me that he fought for glory. Like I said to the crowd out there, you fight because you must. You fight for no other reason.
I don't know if that's a fate worth dying for, but
Maybe not, but who will miss him? They'll find another chump to replace him. That's how these gladiators are.
So Octavian, you looking for a job?
well, that's how most people are. I'm sure if I died, you lot would have found some chump to replace me.
I think the chump would have come and found us, in all honesty. But, you know, whatever. We still miss you. I'm going to share my trick with you.
I was gonna say, not taking argue with.
I think that there would probably be another person joining along whether you died or not.
Seem to.
Seeming
Break
how
up the
often,
fourth wall.
seeming how often Octavian brings in strays, seemingly.
I don't want to play Ren and Canuck.
Ready to not go and have just do a chess match. All you just see is them looking at each other. Sorry, I'm ruining your moment.
I think that's about all I had.
Could we take a very 5-minute break while I talk to Saloon?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take just a quick restroom drink break. Sandwiches. Make some sandwiches, everyone.
Like 11 o'clock at night for you guys.
Yo,
You're
you
not
never-
allowed to
Hey,
talk
never-
hey,
Fox.
you never
It's
eat
always
a
time
sandwich
for a
at midnight?
sandwich. Always sandwich time.
I was gonna say, yeah, you say that like it matters.
I feel like that's a B trademark.
What time is sandwich
Always
time? All
sandwich
the time.
time.
Pizza time.
Pizza time.
And now we need to make B merch, where it's like hers, theirs is always sandwich time.
Pizza time. You're
We're
late.
all holding like
Sandwich
a
time.
mud pie pizza, a mud pie sandwich.
You there?
Sorry, I have to unmute myself.
Hi.
Man, I am so scared! You mentioned flowers!
Hi.
Welcome
Hi.
back.
I'm gonna post my favorite mini I've ever made because I did none of the work.
Dude, that's not a mini. That's a medium.
Oh my god. That's terrifying.
You're horrible.
It's Madcap, the 40k universe. He becomes a corn berserker.
Are we gonna check back in with B?
Yeah, let's check in with B. Hi, B.
Hi. Are we back? Are we playing?
Mm-hmm.
Are we in the game?
Yep.
We gaming?
EA.
Alright, we're back.
It's in the
It's
game.
in the game.
I'm eating so many Cheetos right now. So bad for me.
I'm eating potato soup.
Oh, that sounds much
I
better.
love potato soup.
I have
Dude,
Oreos.
Oh
it's
my
so
god!
good.
I'm sorry. I know we're playing D&D, but yo, actually, you know, and like Justin's here. I haven't told him this. I need to tell him this. Hey, Justin, our mother tried to kill me.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, her potato soup. Like she knows I'm allergic to gluten, and I asked for the recipe before like I ate it, right? And she very, very much, definitely on purpose, did not tell me that there was flour in it.
Oh. Oops.
I'm so glad that I didn't fucking eat it.
Ellis,
Because
Would you like to go to the bone zone
sorry.
real quick?
Sure.
No, it's okay. Okay. It might be easier to discuss this instead of just typing it back and forth.
Okay, back to the Bone Zone. Hi, Bone Zone.
Hello.
Should I turn off my?
so-
Should I turn off my stream? Is it secret?
Hey, it's not secret, but I don't know if anyone
And if we are traveling together and we are accosted by pirates, well, you've seen what we can do. They'd have to be damn good pirates to put us down.
It'd be a shame about not picking up that alcohol, but I think we should leave here very soon.
Halamath would say, I think what Aralai's trying to say is that the ship is yours to use. It's just that we're not soldiers.
And I am understanding of that fact, as I said. Yes. I am not asking any of you to join any battles. I do not think that any battles will be coming your way.
Yeah, it's less a question of will and more one of just simply experience. But don't worry that we stand with you.
Appreciate that. I have not been a leader of people for a long time, and honestly, I don't think I'm cut out for it much anymore.
So we're leaving in the morning. Are we all here? What's the schedule?
Well, I would, considering that, pointing to the sky, I would want to leave now, but we are down a monk. So, when Ren sees fit to return, I will pose the question, if the ship is ready to go, that we can leave in the evening. If the crew is not ready for that, then we leave in the morning.
Yeah, the crew's ready, aren't they? Yes, I believe Captain Brilwin has everything well underway. The sails have been, the rigging is all set, and I believe that we have the supplies we need for the journey.
Good. Then we wait for Ren.
Water, food. There's a voice from behind you. Plenty of ale. Yes, Raygrim, the most important thing, of course.
After the excitement at the arena, I think something of a light snack would do well. Yeah, and we can, unless anybody else has anything, I'm done.
I have something.
Okay.
So I'm assuming Saloon was with you guys this whole time.
Yes. Being actively pushed onto the boat.
Wouldn't be the first time I was drugged somewhere. It's kind of like we've been doing this since I joined you guys. Anyways, it was meant to be funny. I'm sorry. Anyways, so Saloon taps Octavian. She's like, "I got something for everyone, but not everyone's here. But here." And she has the bag from earlier that she got the bracelets in, and she dumps it on the ground. She's like, "You guys can take your pick."
Very
I
nice.
think you understand how gifts work.
Okay, this is awkward.
No, you're fine.
I'm adding it to my inventory.
No, I'm just saying, like, no one says anything like, "Oh, I reached for a bracelet," or whatever. Yeah. And so I was like,
No,
oh, they're just gonna stare at. I just imagine it right now, like everyone just staring at the bracelets on the ground, no one doing anything.
Lucen would definitely just be staring at the bracelet while drinking some more. Just.
Okay, she goes over to Lucan, she takes his hand, she's like, "Here, take one."
You'll take one. Okay.
And she'll hand one to Chris since she's not here. Then
Is
she'll
there
shout.
one that has like purple stuff on it?
I don't know, Alice. Could there
like,
have
bead
been one with a
bracelets, or are they,
purple gem or a charm? I know I chose the charm ones.
You did, yeah, you did, and I believe you wanted ones with gems. I think, didn't you say?
With stones, I think.
Yeah. So certainly,
stones.
certainly a purple one.
Okay.
And then someone's gonna shout, "Hey, come here! I got you something!"
Beale set down what she was doing. I guess not in the wagon.
Hey, are we on the wagon or are we on the ship?
No, we're on the ship.
I thought you were in the wagon. That's why I yelled.
I know. I'm in the ship, in the wagon, in the ship. People don't know
So
about
the
that
wagon's
one.
in the ship now?
The ship's in the wagon in the ship.
Oh my god.
Anyways. What?
That's a wagon of holding right there.
So, what? What?
I got some more
You call-
jewelry for us to compare.
Oh, you got me a bracelet?
Ah, you can choose whichever one you want. They're on the floor right there. And she points to them.
What exactly was it that you got?
I just know I got like stone ones with charms. Or something like that.
No,
right?
no. Is it like, are there like bracelets, necklaces?
They're just bracelets. Simple.
Okay. Well, you picked out some really nice bracelets. Why don't you pick one out for me? You have such a
Okay.
keen eye.
She gets the biggest one and she hands it to P.
All right. It doesn't fit.
It's okay.
I don't
we
think
can
it'll
break it
fit.
and add some more stones from the other bracelets and then put it together.
You'll try to slip it around her wrist and it doesn't really seem to fit. It's kind of cutting off circulation to my hand, but
hang on.
I
Give it
think I
back,
can
give it
make it.
We'll give you the smallest one and make it into a ring.
That's good. That's good. Oh,
Be with the size 23 ring
Yeah,
figure.
yeah, yeah.
it's just her thumbs too. She just has massive thumbs. They're like the thumbs that like Mr. Incredible has. They're just enormous rectangles, you know?
Math is math.
Math is math.
As we know,
Uh,
math is the gateway to something else.
Crippling dice addiction.
well, this doesn't really fit me properly, but I like it. I really appreciate the thought, and I'll find a way to make it work. Don't you worry. And what I'll actually do is I'll put it on the necklace that I have. I'll kind of like wrap it around there. Kind of like, the ring of Middle Earth, but instead of a ring, it's just a really big bracelet. I think this will work for now until we can find somebody to make it a little bigger.
Okay. And then she looks to Varn. Hey Varn, you want some more shinies?
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm not paying much attention.
Basically, Saloon dumped the bracelets on the ground and she's having everyone choose their own.
This is for us.
Yeah. But everyone gets one, and then other people can choose whichever ones they want after everyone gets one.
Does everybody have one?
No,
got
Safeguard and Rin need one too. And so do I.
Safeguard will respectfully decline.
No, you can't!
I can. It's against my religion. Sorry.
Oh.
Vaughn, take safeguards.
Okay.
Varn will go and take whatever's gold. If there's no gold, he'll take whatever's silver.
Just go down the list of precious metals.
Alright,
Guide
guide
Electrum,
Electrum.
Take two and just dash him away.
I will, the one I pick, I can't, like, get it around my gauntlet, and definitely not gonna put it under it, because, one, that'll damage it, and two, it'll be uncomfortable, so I will
Could
fix
wear it
it
as an
to...
anklet.
I also wear boots, so, but what I'll do is I will fix it to one of the straps on my shield.
Okay.
And you've noticed that Octavian almost always has his shield with him when, out and about. So I have it right there. I can always see it when I raise my guard.
And then Saloon's gonna be like, good job, guys. We won. And then she's gonna do the thumbs up that she learned earlier yesterday.
Yes. Go team.
Thinking of going somewhere with a team. Should we find Ren, or are we just gonna stay here?
I've been looking for Rin all night.
I'm aware.
Ren
of
doesn't
that.
want to be found. He cannot be found.
Fair enough. I didn't answer the question though, really, but sure.
It would be in poor form to leave him behind.
True.
Hey, Ellis.
Yes.
How much longer do you think we'll be doing D&D?
Probably 5 or 6 more years, I hope.
Okay. I meant tonight,
Until
but
the
thanks.
world
Oh!
burns.
Let's check in with Ren. Is that okay?
5 or 6 more years.
I
But,
want to
like,
see.
Are we gonna keep going after too? Like,
Well,
get
I
to, like,
mean,
another 1 or 2
He
hours.
said 5 or 6 more years. Yeah.
here's okay.
Get started.
I would love to end with us getting the hell out of this city, but let's see if we get there.
Yeah, we gotta see what Ren's doing.
Yes. Can we check in with Ren, Cobra? Are you ready?
Sure.
What is Ren doing with a hammer and nails? What is he doing? What is?
It's an iron spike.
Oh, that's much better. That's much more comforting. Great.
Can we
Kill
go,
some vampires, man.
can we go to the city map?
Oh, God. I think I have an idea of what you're gonna do.
Oh God.
What's your HP?
And he's not home, so.
He's gonna go Batman who laughs on someone.
Yeah. He's not there, so don't even bother.
So he is not. So Ren is going. He's gonna like just run right up the walls where there's no guard, and he's going to go to like Zilbar's office.
Okay.
Oh no.
That's what you're doing. Gotcha. Okay, I feel a lot better about what you're doing then.
Are you trying to be stealthy?
Oh yeah.
Let's just do a quick, just a little stealthy check. A little stealthy stealth. Okay, you're not sure if you're hidden.
Okay.
You're not-
Well, where's Ren at this point?
Yeah, I mean, how are you getting into the building?
Well, that's what I needed to ask him. Are there guards at the doors?
There's no guards. The door's locked. You feel like you could get over that fence pretty easily, and you would jump down, and you don't see like guards running around, just like but approaching the building, the door you went into before would be locked.
Does the place seem deserted?
It does. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's late, and everybody's out either at the bars or the restaurants and stuff.
Then Ren is going to go to the window that is outside Zilbar's office. It's on the second floor. Right?
Yeah, I believe it was you.
He's gonna run straight up the wall,
Mhm.
and he's gonna like kind of kick off it a little bit. He's gonna put the iron spike above the window and slam it with a hammer to get it to stick so we can hang there.
Okay. Yeah, like a is that like a piton? Python? What do you say?
Well, no, a piton is kind of small and used to like feed like rope through.
Oh yeah.
So this is like a full spike, so he can like still has enough room for his hand to hold on to it.
Sure. I don't think we need to check at this point.
I think he's gonna see if the window is open.
Let's ask the dice gods. Oh no, it's definitely it's super duper not open.
Okay, he's gonna take the hammer and kind of like just smash the glass a little bit so you can like open it, like unlock it.
Okay. You're able to do that.
Okay. He opens the window and he goes inside and shuts the window.
Okay. The broken window.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll want to be careful of the glass on the floor.
Of course. He runs a monk.
Of course.
Hey, are there like curtains that you can close?
Let me think for a minute. Are there curtains in the thing? There's like blinds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And Ren is gonna wait.
I mean, you know he doesn't live here, right? This is like an office.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Ren is gonna wait.
Come on, man. Just get on the boat. Okay.
It will wait.
Imagine getting let go of your crimes and then just committing another one.
Yeah, I know,
I
right?
haven't committed a crime yet.
We're waiting in real time.
Yes. Yeah. It is 1 a.m. In the world, and he will be at his. And it's also a Friday, so he'll be at his office Monday morning. Oh, Ren. May I have a perception check? Oh, you have super perception, right?
Yeah, passive is 24.
Wow, that's kind of broken. Okay.
Observant.
I could have it higher.
Yes. No. Ren, you would notice. Do you read Elvish, Ren?
No.
I'm sorry, not
English.
Elvish. Do you read Gnomish?
No.
Do you read Infernal? No, I'm just kidding. You would notice
I do.
on the wall, yes, on the wall there is what appears to be like a calendar or a planner. Yeah, you can't read everything, but you're noticing that he's not going to be in his office for a couple days.
For how long?
Perhaps the morning. You're not sure. Could be the morning. It could be the next day.
Do I find any piece of paper with his address on it?
He's gonna kill this man.
Let's do an investigation.
I mean, does
check.
Ren not get any satisfaction?
Your name is cleared, and you got the whole place cheering for you. You do not find his
I
address.
go back to the boat. Never mind.
Did you roll on that one? Oh, 5.
It doesn't matter.
Um.
You could always leave him a Starkey note.
Next time, bitch.
Yeah, it's just like a handprint, and it says, "We know."
We know.
What's the Dark Brotherhood's insignia?
Yeah,
it's just the hand.
Yeah. Ren,
Sit on his desk.
as you reapproach the boat, the party, you would see Ren reapproaching with some still holding a spike.
Well, the spike's still up there.
Oh, you left it in the wall?
Yeah, he's not. It's on the outside of the building.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Ah, and you're back. A late night errand?
Yeah, something like that. And he just like throws the hammer across the deck.
Unsuccessful, it would seem. Well, I think we've gotten everything taken care of. The boat is ready to go, and with that, again pointing to the sky, perhaps we should make haste and leave as soon as possible.
We can leave in the morning.
If you think that would be for the best, we'll divert to your expertise on matters of the sea.
Well, I'm waiting on the delivery.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
And I look over to Lucien. So is he, actually.
Lucien will raise up the bottle. It's some really good drink. You want one?
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna go make a house outside again. Does anyone want a room?
Perhaps subtlety might be for the best. They did just put a giant force field in the sky.
It was there last night.
It was.
Is the boat not comfortable enough?
It doesn't have. It's not feather beds and with feather pillows. With a hearth.
What I'm trying to say is, you've been very unsuccessful at not drawing attention to ourselves.
I told him this morning, Octavian. He's not going to listen. Don't bother.
I mean, I did some stuff earlier that didn't draw attention to me, thank God. Or whatever God we have here.
We are getting very lucky, is all I am saying.
True enough.
Ren, with your passive perception, you feel some heat at the back of your head.
That's weird.
You might turn around, and you would notice Saloon sort of looking at you funny.
I'll be right back again.
Okay.
Saloon, you would notice Ren appears to be a bit agitated. Not his usual cheerful disposition.
Ren's cheerful?
Well, for him.
Okay. Yeah, Saloon's glaring at Ren. And then she tosses a bracelet his way. We won, by the way.
I guess Ren will catch the bracelet. It kind of like jingles like the platinum bracelet he has. It's like, I've already got a couple. and I saw.
Mm-hmm. But I didn't see you, and you promised.
I did. And I told you I was there. Hard to miss a giant octopus.
Celine smiles a little bit, and then she walks away. You guys can do whatever you want now. Wait, who left? Oh.
Internet probably went out. What time is it? 1 a.m. Yeah, which means it's 10 p.m. for him. So if he's at his parents' place, the internet went out.
Oh yeah. Great. So, if does anyone have anything before we would probably take a long rest?
Heck yeah, let's.
Long rest.
So Lucan, I think he left actually.
Oh yeah, Fox said he'd be back.
Did Fox set up the weird house, despite your advice?
He didn't say anything about it, so.
He does it. We all know he does it.
I know. Okay, so yes, certainly, folks can find their own place to rest, and anyone who'd like to begin a long rest, please feel free.
Right. Do our things come in the morning?
Yes, so you would be able to rest without issue. So everybody, please enjoy a long rest. As the sun rises, it is filtered through the strange violet dome. So it's a strange sunrise this morning. And you would find, as you wake, you would find at the gangplank, there is a delivery person who has arrived. And there would be a package for Ren. Inside which, Ren, you would find some, I believe, your monk robes with blue trimmed, with a gold sash belt. Symbol of the order has been delicately embroidered on the back, just the way you wanted it.
Wonderful.
And there is a note that says, thank you for your order. Please remember us if you need anything else. And it's signed Bran Silcairn of Lord and Taylor. And the delivery person, as they're going down, they would trip over something and they'd say, there's a crate down here, if you'd forgive me.
Guess we get the crate.
Yes, the crate would have a note, and it would say, hopefully yours is the only dwarvish victory we'll have to endure. Well done, champions. And it would say Sovathir, and it would have a very elaborate glowing sigil, a symbol. It's almost like a fleur-de-lis, but it has like a serpent kind of going around the outside. Very delicately embroidered with various designs and runes. And underneath which is a crate, which has a red velvet lining inside. And inside you would find 12 bottles of that wine that Lucan enjoyed so much. And it would say the Kale Aqua Vineyard.
No alcohol in my Christian boat.
Oh no! I'll, being the strong one and Sand being exposed, I will lift it and bring it onto the boat and put it into wherever the rest of the provisions are kept.
There is a voice that calls out Octavian from the dock.
Calling for me?
Just looking for someone, looking for the captain or someone in charge.
I'll call for Brillin because she's the captain, right?
Yes, technically.
And I'll let her know, and I'll go with her.
Great. She would appear. She was sleeping on the lower deck, and she would come up. Looks a little groggy. make some small talk about the show, kind of how it went a little bit, how the performance.
There's someone calling for the captain of the ship.
She would look down and she says, "Oh, it's the City Watch. What now?"
I will go with you.
She heads down the gangplank, and there are 2 members of the City Watch, and they say, "We are investigating. There was a break-in at the Coopermonger Hall last night. We were just investigating. Did you see anything from your ship? You would have a decent view of the walls."
No.
I did
Brill,
not. Where,
Brilwin would
our
say,
spyglasses are not pointed towards your city. They are pointed to the horizon, outside the port.
they'd say, "I hope we don't need to remind you that if you do hear any rumors, to let us know. That's a very serious offense."
Evidently, but perhaps maybe you should not be relying on those who are coming and going from your port for your security.
Brilwin would just kind of place a hand like on your arm and just say, "Perhaps we shouldn't anger them as we're attempting to leave today. We will tell you. We'll tell you anything that we hear. We want to cooperate, of course. We appreciate your getting to the bottom of this." And she sort of gives you a little nudge, and they give each other a look, and they say, "Very well." And they would leave. And you'd see them walking down the dock. They're questioning other people about it.
When the cops go knocking door to door asking for witnesses, that's not them saying we need security.
I'm back.
Lucian, you may take a long rest if you like.
All right, I will take a long rest.
Yes, it is now morning.
Hooray! Good morning, everybody.
Excellent. You were saying, Octavian?
Just kind of exhale aggressively. The last thing I need is more people trying to keep us here.
Brilwin would say, "I believe if I am understanding the to-do list that we had, which was rather long, I think it's all been cleared up. We have our sails, we have Halamath, we're all here, the ship has been fixed, we have enough of a crew." And she sort of looks up at the sky and she says, "It even appears as though we have the wind."
And I think we should go. We've spent enough time here in the company of enemies.
I don't think the elves were that bad.
Things travel up the chain. That's what I'm worried about.
Understandable. We stand out only a little bit, but we are still just nobodies at the end. But we should go. Yes.
So, is everybody on the? Does anybody have any last minute things before the ship gets underway?
No, I can't think of anything.
Can I do a last minute thing whenever the ship is underway?
Yes. So, preparing to leave the dock. Varn, I believe, Tufa and the cart would be secured. I'll put Tufa up here. She'll be secured. The cart, tied off, and Tufa's being kept very comfortable. Let me just quickly grab one person we forgot about that I forgot about. Alis, she'll hang out with Tufa. And I think, am I forgetting any important NPCs? I think we have everyone.
They're all below decks.
Yes. The ship would indeed begin pulling out of port. They use a smaller ship, to drop an anchor, and they pull it out a little bit. The wind is with you, as Brilwin said, so you're able to pull away from the dock. The ship is being turned about, and you are beginning to leave Air Serene Harbor.
All right. Let's sail.
And Saloon, as you are pulling away, as the city is beginning to get a little bit smaller behind you, how are you? What is Saloon doing?
This is the next day, right?
No, this is like 2 minutes later. So if you want it to be the next day, yeah, you can chill.
No, I'm saying like after the long rest.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. You woke up the next morning. We did a couple errands, and now the ship is leaving the harbor.
Is Ren like out?
Yeah, Ren.
Where's Ren?
Yeah, Ren. Are you very active with the ship? I forget. Are you helping? And
I mean, he's helping, doing what needs to be done, and he's probably spending some time up at the bow.
let me just. There you are.
Just meditating.
Yes, Saloon, with your passive perception, you would indeed easily find Ren meditating at the bow of the ship.
I'm soft.
Yes.
Okay. Could I approach Ren and sit down to talk to him? Wait, is that a yes or a no?
I mean, you can do whatever you want to your character.
Oh, okay. Saloon, she sits next to Ren and she's like, so, I was told last night you were a pirate, or like you used to be.
You remember yesterday? I told you the difference between fame and infamy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my infamy finally caught up with me.
Well, it's really weird because, like, my mom told me about my dad. I didn't know him. I only knew him until I was, like, 1 year old. But, like, she said he sailed the seas, too.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
So do you think you might have known him? Maybe you know where I can find him.
Was he a tiefling?
Mm-hmm. I told you, he wasn't a halfling.
Well, do you know Dwarvish?
No.
Then you don't know he said that.
Yeah, never mind. Cut that out.
I only knew one tiefling sailor, and I killed him a few days ago.
Oh.
So let's hope that's not him. Do you know his name?
Can't remember yet.
Well, not that I knew the devil's real name anyways.
His name was Devil?
That's what we called him.
Okay. I'm gonna go see what Bee's cooking up, okay? And then I'll bring you some.
I'm fine, thanks.
Oh. Sorry. Bye.
Do you go?
Right, and then, yeah, Saloon's gonna go see B right now.
Yeah, B, let's say that B is, you would have seen B go below deck, and she's cooking away.
Sorry, is that about it for tonight? Just because I have a long day tomorrow.
Yeah, can you give me 5 minutes, Ren?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. I can end off there.
If you gotta go, you gotta go.
I'm taking a road trip, so I have a few hours of driving.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one thing, and then we can end.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say, Saloon, if you did find B, you would find her making lobster rolls downstairs.
Can I help her?
Of course.
Okay.
We could probably pick up there. That would be great. Like next week, B and Saloon making lobster rolls. That'd be a fun scene when Cake is actually here. Does anybody have anything else before I end the session?
Not in game now, but
no.
Are you good, Lucian? Versailles?
I'm good. Versailles not here.
Oh, she left. Okay, I was gonna say she's being really quiet. As you are sailing away, the landmass of Air Serene beginning to disappear behind you, getting smaller and smaller. You are able to see more, and I'm just gonna pop over here quickly. Which map should we go to? We'll go to this one for 2 seconds.
we're back in the Barrelwood.
We are, yes.
We can't escape it.
That would be like you would never let me DM again. This is actually not the right map for this, but I'd say basically, to get down to Hannon, you've got to sail, out of Air Serene. You've got to sail kind of down here. You can hug the coast a little bit, right? You can get a good view of Eastbridge maybe, and then if you're trying to get to what's it called? Provost. Thank you. If you're trying to get to Provost, there's two ways, and you guys can discuss the pros and cons. But you can come right through the bay here, go this way, or you can go around the long way. So there's two different ways you can go. But as you are sailing sort of along the coast a little bit, as you pull away from it, you would actually see that dome getting sort of closer as you're heading out to sea a little bit.
Closer to us?
Yeah, so you're able to kind of almost see like the edge of it. It doesn't go all the way to the horizon. It only goes out past the coast a little bit.
Okay. I was thinking from the outside we're looking.
Right. So as you're approaching, it actually begins to fade a little bit. So Brilwyn would say to Ren and anyone else who's nearby and say, what do you think we should do about that? It looks as though we're getting closer. It looks as though it's fading a bit.
Well, we didn't get a chance to ask anyone.
Let's assume that it's just going to let us pass and keep going. If it doesn't, then we have a whole set of problems on our hands.
Then it's on Ellis for destroying the boat.
At that point, we're trapped inside here, and we need to figure out why. And then we'll do something about the boat. Are we
within... Like, about how far out is, like, what looks like the edge of the dome?
Yeah, from the shore, based on how far you've gone, a mile?
Sure. Okay. Oh, so that's, like, how far out it looks?
Half a mile, probably, actually, yeah. So now, you are hugging the coast a bit, but obviously there's rocks and stuff, so Brilwyn was steering you out a ways. So she'd say, I'm curious to see what, if it does let us through. No one warned us of anything, so I didn't think to ask.
I don't think anyone actually knew until yesterday.
And Ren was gonna ask Zickelmickle.
Oh,
Zickelmickle even knew.
I thought you were gonna
didn't even know.
I thought you were gonna crucify him.
No, Ren doesn't. Ren tries not to kill people. He's gonna scare the shit out of him.
I think all of us thought you were gonna kill him.
Yeah, I think there was no chance we were thinking you were gonna do anything less.
No, I mean when Ren's killed 3 people this whole time.
That's
for both campaign.
The poor Reeve.
People who deserve it.
Beat the shit out of the devil.
Yeah, he deserved
He deserved it.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, and I'm not saying that Zickelmickle doesn't deserve it. It's just one of those things of, we don't know what you're going to do.
And don't forget the worst murder that Ren ever perpetrated.
The goblins that you set on fire?
Wiggles!
Oh, yeah, there was Wiggles.
Spiggles.
Yep.
Wiggles the
To be fair,
Tiscora
it's an
quarry.
unearthly abomination from beyond our world.
Wiggles' mother's sick!
No, I had everything ready I was gonna say to him, too.
To Zickelmickle?
So,
Yeah.
Oh, you'll be back, don't worry.
No, Ren won't.
So listen, as you are steering away from the ship, Brilwyn is, she takes the helm, and she's sort of just navigating the way she normally would. And it appears as though as you're getting closer and closer, this field appears, it's hard to tell if it's touching the water or not. It's shimmering a bit. And unless anybody stops her, she is kind of heading for it.
If we get within 500 to 600 feet, can I fire an arrow out of my longbow?
Sure.
Do you want to roll an attack, or just kind of firing in the general direction?
Yeah, that's fine.
Of the sky.
Yeah, so
Tell the field that we're dangerous.
Yeah, you loose an arrow. And it appears to go right through it.
Well, unless there's a size limit, I say we at least go carefully. perhaps slow a bit the closer we get.
Certainly. In the interest of time, it being late, and I know people have to go, you would approach, and as you approach, slowing down, running some tests, seems to be okay. Brilwyn takes the helm, and she pilots the ship through the field. It appears to let the ship through. There doesn't seem to be anything negative that happens.
The one way.
That's what I'm thinking.
Shit can go out, but it can't come in.
Heading to the south, sort of along the coast, as you get a little bit away from the shore, you would notice that the landmass of Altair disappears.
Like, just completely from sight?
Mm-hmm. And you just see water stretching in that direction. You can still see Hannon in the distance, the coast of Hannon, but Altair appears to be gone.
That is going to be a bitch for sailors.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's a good place to end. Great. So this has been fun. Thanks, everybody.
Interesting.
Thank you for the session, Ellis.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Not a single person asked Ren why he was in the fighting ring.
We just,
Well, they
got
told
an-
us.
Luna would have asked, but she wasn't there,
We got a reason from Versailles, which was like, oh, you're probably just making some sort of deal with Zickle-Mickle.
No, Ren got fucking arrested.
Oh, shit.
That was fucking
Well,
real.
They
oh yeah, that's right.
they announced it before the match.
I thought it was all for show.
We can discuss it now that we're out on the sea and we have a little bit of time on our hands.
Yeah.
I mean, Ren could definitely come up and said, so why didn't you guys do anything? Like, oh, we had no idea. Well, we were all having the conversation. It's like, oh, it's just for show because, those two people aren't
True.
actually doing anything significantly threatening. One's flying
What?
around and just going, woo!
That's just insulting Ellis now.
Like that it was a
what was that
tiefling,
fucking
bro.
spell? What was the spell that the tiefling girl was casting? The
Chromatic
attacking?
sphere.
Was it chromatic orb?
Yeah, it was chromatic orb, and then she did the the dagger cloud or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, daggers, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking she was doing a cantrip or something. Like, what fucking cantrip is that?
No, that was just chromatic sphere.
Okay.
That's why one of those reasons as why Lusanne's just like, wow, she's not even trying. I don't know what she was. That was the thing. Because you're
Warlock.
like, oh, she was a warlock? How did she get subtle spell?
Wow,
No.
a pink tiefling warlock.
That
That's
was a joke.
creative.
Yeah, the
man.
subtle spell was just a joke. Yeah, I know, right?
Well, I mean, that's what Ren. I mean, Ren was staying right next to the paladin for 2 reasons: 1, to avoid opportunity attacks, and 2, so she couldn't fireball his ass.
Which was a good idea.
You know what I was gonna do? I was gonna drop Quinn in the fight, but
Oh god.
I didn't want to.
Did you really want me to kill your bard though?
I really didn't want to murder everyone. What I was going for was kind of like a mirror match. That was my thing where it's like, okay, safeguard, big, heavy armored, mounted. Okay, I'll hit you back with that, and then Ren, super slippery, jumping all around, flying through the air. I'll hit you with that. So I was trying to do sort of like a, you know what I mean, like a mirror match.
Mirror match.
A little bit. I didn't want to do a monk though, but I was trying to.
Inquisitive rogue.
Yeah.
Rogue would have been better, yeah.
Yeah.
Inquisitive rogue or swashbuckler.
Or
Uh,
mastermind rogue.
I messaged Leg. I had a plan for her when she was in the air because she was 60 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna have Safeguard go underneath and hold their action to help Ren, and then I was gonna have Ren step of the wind, jump off the horse, Safeguard, and launch himself up, and then do radiant kicks at her.
Would have been badass.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
your advice, Alice.
Oh yeah, Leg, you're still here. Hi.
Hello.
I have to go to bed. Thank you.
Night.
Good session, else. Thank you. Good night.
Night, Cobra.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good road trip.
Thanks.
Be safe, man.
Yeah, have a good trip.
Your advice. So the reason you're having such a hard time balancing around Red and Safeguard is because you're very much focused on our damage output, and you're adjusting for that poorly. You're making creatures and you're giving us fights where things are going to do sustained damage to us, and that's not what you use to beat us.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need to drain all of our resources.
Yep.
Because once you drain all our resources, we, like, especially Ren and I, do no damage.
Mm-hmm.
A good way of doing that would be some ways of disabling or stopping. Like I said, one of the best things one of the best spells I have against someone like Ren or Safeguard is Mind Whip, because that forces either a movement or an attack, and not both.
Mm-hmm. Or instances where things are more drawn out over the long term, like the dungeon underneath the tower on Hannon is a good example, because it's a dungeon crawl. You're going through room to room. There's dudes and puzzles and stuff like that. That's chipping away at your health, taking away resources. When we got to the Demi-Lich at the end of that, like, Ren had like 2 ki or something like that, or no ki. I don't know.
Deflator had no spells.
Yeah, Deflator had no spells. I had like the last like 5 seconds of an oil of sharpness on my sword, and I wasn't a paladin, or no, I didn't have smites yet as a paladin. Things like, and like I'd used my second wind, and I'd used my action surge, stuff like that. Like, that's, especially with like, as you get higher and higher level characters, you really do have to either focus on resource draining, disabling, or
Damage sponge.
Damage sponge. Yeah, damage sponge is definitely. Damage sponges can sound kind of boring, but especially in a party with 1.5 paladins, a monk, and a wizard, and a ranger that is slowly getting more and more spells.
Once you start draining the resources, shit gets very difficult very soon.
Yeah.
When I only have like 1st or 2nd level spell slots left, then suddenly we're in a lot more danger.
Yeah, or like, imagine a Safeguard without smites.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Ren without ki, obviously.
Yeah, Ren without ki is just a fast, punchy boy.
Fast, punchy boy. That's funny.
Best way to put him. A fast, dodgy, punchy boy.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you that, like, I don't think we, like, really. I think we did everything normal. What I'm trying to say is, like, I'm excited to turn the page and get to Hannon. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
like,
definitely.
I don't. I mean, I think everybody did, but like, I had a ton of fun in Air Serene. Like, it went longer than I prepped, but there was like
it went so long.
There was just so much.
I loved it.
There were so many like cool moments that you guys created, that I didn't prep for, which was a lot of fun for me.
Like using hold person on an administrator so I could steal his ring.
That's a good one.
And his buddy.
Yeah, I mean, like, B buying a lobster. I mean, there's one example.
Anything with B, just B.
Yeah. Or the best moment of all, and everyone meeting this adorable child.
Absolutely, and she
call her Warlock.
Yeah, and she found some weird like bunny corn. Like, we don't know what it is, right?
We have no
she
idea
hasn't shown it to anyone. Yeah, it's in her pocket right now.
Octavian, the sparring with Evangeline, just impromptu, wonderful.
The sudden combat of the guy. I can't remember his name. The guy that was one of the agents of what's it called?
The Dr. Seuss agent?
Oh, you mean
Sir Hector?
No.
Oh.
You know who I mean.
Oh my God, why can't I think of his name? The Herald of the Curator.
What was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the bloody fight.
Yeah. What the hell's his name?
Moondoggle.
Moondoggle. What the hell?
Everton Moondoggle?
Everton Moondoggle! Thank you. My brain fart.
You said Moondoggle 3 times.
No, I thought you said Boondoggle. I'm sorry. Yeah, Everton Moondoggle.
Moondoggle as well. They're just like, I heard the gears turning all sorts of different directions in Ellis's head.
Yeah.
Okay, so that lady's name was Ginger what?
Oh my
I mean,
God.
We'll never go back there, but...
Oh my God, hold on.
There's no reason we can't go back there.
Didn't it like just disappear? Ginger Year Dawn.
I literally just shut my book. Hold on.
It
No, it's
doesn't matter.
okay. I had it written down. It's okay.
We may not be able to sail there.
Oh,
What?
Ginger Year Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jewelry.
I bought a book. Oh, so I was just saying, I bought a book I really like. It's the Game Master's Book of Non-Player Characters. Big blue book.
Oh,
You probably all seen it on Amazon. Yeah.
I had it on the shelves at my store.
Oh, really?
Up until a few months ago.
Yeah, 500 unique bartenders, brawlers, mages, merchants, royals, rogues, sages, sailors, warriors,
But I'm like
weirdos, and more. You know, I love it because when like Saloon out of nowhere is like, I want to buy jewelry. Like, you know, is there? I'm like, yep. I just open it up.
Yeah. So I was
Here we
already
go.
thinking about getting gifts for everyone, but then I was like, you know what? Me and B bonded through jewelry, so let's just continue that.
Yeah, are you ever gonna let Lucan know about your magic items there?
What magic items?
The thing on your wrist and the one on B's neck. They're probably magic items.
Well, she found the one on her wrist. She told B and Barnes that she found it in the forest on someone's hand, on a severed hand. She just took it.
Yeah, that's
Lucan was never around. She doesn't really know Lucan.
No, that's why he calls her Warlock. He doesn't even know her name.
You called her Saloon. Oh no, you called her the Tiefling. Okay, never mind.
I call her the Tiefling and Warlock.
Yeah, maybe next week I'll introduce myself.
Maybe.
We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
She knows very little about Lucan other than the fact that he was praying and suddenly there was people being yanked off the side of a platform.
Yeah, other than the fact we've endorsed in combat together. I think is that the word.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Other than that,
even that he didn't really contribute all that much. At least not actively seen engaged in combat. Yeah, that's the word.
This is off topic. Justin, I don't know if I told you, but to Saloon, Octavian is mom and Octavian is dad, Rena's mom.
Octavian is mom.
Great.
Huh?
I said, oh, great.
Yeah. You guys are her new parents.
Great. Because if there's one thing that Octavian wanted out of his life was to be an adoptive father.
Yeah.
Without his knowledge.
Yeah. Just but yeah, so Ellis, that's an encounter for my level 13 party on Sunday. So it is a boss encounter. They've had one kind of slightly more difficult than I thought encounter beforehand, but the one guy at the bottom, CR3, there's like 12 of him.
Yeah.
Throughout that fight. But the thing is, the reason why I have it set like this is my party is very damage focused.
Yes.
And I think that's pretty similar to us. Like, we got a little bit of support now that we have B here, and Lucan's got good disruption stuff as a wizard. So, like, okay, so I have a Vengeance Paladin, much like Safeguard, but they're level 13. They got a lot better gear. I have a Barbarian, a Bear Totem Barbarian with a Samurai multi-class, who is basically a crit fisher because he has a Sword of Sharpness. Yeah, so if he crits, he gets an extra 14 damage and has a 1 in 20 chance to lop a limb off. So we have that. I have a battle master fighter that is a skirmisher. She can move in and out of melee and ranged combat very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a fiend warlock. And fiend warlocks get to know this really cool spell called Fireball. So, yeah. So I have I have to put
Emerald Dragon Totem Barbarian.
No, it is a half orc.
Then they're doing it wrong, because if you're an Emerald Dragon Totem Barbarian, you have resistance to all damage.
Oh yeah, because they have resistance to psychic. Well, yeah, but here's the thing: if he hits 0 hit points, which has happened, I think, once, he could just say no.
Yeah,
if he has a reaction.
Yeah, I did that to a totem bar. I
He
did
also
that to a
has
barbarian
he also
once.
gets extra damage on crits, savage attacks and everything. So very good for a barbarian
I
because
used
it
one
combines with
ability and killed him.
yeah. And then and I have that, and then because we're down one person, they since Leg doesn't play with us anymore, they usually have an NPC with them. And the NPCs are, I mean, they are full player characters in terms of like their skill sheet.
Oh, it's a
Um,
DM NPC.
kind of, but I don't try to play them as that. They're just kind of there to be like combat support and an additional source of knowledge when
They're
How many
combat
players
players do you
medics.
have?
kind of
How many players do you have?
or
Ah,
the
that's
thing.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is, but we used to have five, and Leg's character used to be the highest damage dealer in the party because they were gunslinger rogue.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, a
Oh
gunslinger assassin
God.
rogue.
Oh God. Oh.
Yeah. And she basically played that character like an artificer. So they they fought some ancient constructs of a very advanced race, and they're basically like sci-fi mechs almost. Like that's how advanced we're talking, but it's all like magic power. And
Magic.
one of them basically had like a giant gun for an arm.
As you do.
And so she had the barbarian help her rip it off of the corpse, and they stuffed it in a bag of holding, and she turned that into a gun. Yeah, it like it has like a number of we made a custom item, like it has a number of charges. You can, when you fire it, you can choose how many charges you spend, and every charge that you spend, you deal 2d10 force damage on a hit.
Ooh.
And it has 4 charges. But it only regains one every unless you're near a source of magical power, in which a sort of makeshift magical power source can like siphon off radiant like energy from stuff. Otherwise, it recovers. You roll like a d4 to see how many you recover. I think it's like a d4 plus 1.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So they're just not used to having, and plus on top of that, Leg being the more experienced player out of the bunch, definitely it's kind of the ringer a little bit. It really helped keep things moving.